Hello everyone. We are ready to start the more, let's say, informal, if you allow me, part of our festival. And speaking frankly, is the part I love, because the people involved in this part is the great majority from the university. The universities who are partners of our foundation, Romualdo del Bianco, and who will give a personal interpretation of the spirit of the place where they are living. We will appreciate and enjoy the view of those colleagues and young people while they are describing, also with the help of their professor, of course, the territory where they are living. So I don't want to bore you further, but I would like to invite one of the members of the scientific committee of the festival, who is a young man as well, younger than me, and who will deliver a short introduction. And I'm very glad to call Giorgio for a few words of presentation of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simone. So welcome again, everybody, to this first session about Luoghi Parlanti. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the scientific committee of the festival. And with this introduction, I would like to explain what is Luoghi Parlanti for us. Okay, so Luoghi Parlanti is a marketing tool for territories, cultures, and heritage, enhanced by the international network of the Romualdo del Bianco Foundation. Just a second, please. Okay. By that we mean that with this tool we can help visitors, travelers, to find hidden information about places they are visiting, about the cultures they are meeting. So this tool suggests routes and points of interest, recommends attractions, events, dedicated activities, informs about naturalistic, social and cultural aspects, insert historical notes, curiosity and artworks, offers alternative and thematic routes, and proposes typical local products, such as, for example, what to eat in each place. So, the important aspect to introduce is how we can do this. And please let me explain that there are two key moments to reach the travelers. The first moment is when they are still at home, before leaving, when they are planning their next trip. The second key moment is when they are already on site and they are experiencing their visit. So the first moment is strategic because they still need to choose their next destination. Okay, so with our portal, we can offer visibility to each location, dedicating specific content to attract qualified audience and potential visitors. So this is the moment when territories participating in the Luoghi Parlanti project can have visibility and can attract more visitors. Then there is the second moment when visitors are already on site. In this case, we don't need to attract them anymore as they already chose the destination. They already are on the destination. But our goal in this moment is to offer them an immersive experience. So with the content we offer, We give them more insight, details about the culture, about the heritage of the place. And how we do this with the signage that we place at point of interest in each location. So in each location and itineraries of taking part in Luoghi Parlanti project, you can identify on site the points of interest through dedicated signage equipped with NFC tags or QR codes. This technology lets visitors access content so they can have all the information we just spoke about. So historical notes, suggestions, tips, and so on. So we can say this is a tool only for travelers. The answer is, of course, not. This is a tool for the territory. Because being an itinerant experience that invites to discover the links to the area, to create a deeper bond and authentic knowledge and connection with people living in the area, we involve inhabitants, businesses, institutions of the territory, and we offer the territory an opportunity to be better known and to give visibility to all the specific aspects that each territory has, and maybe other cultures would never discover without tools like this. But it's a tool also for business, for entrepreneurship, because it's a tool for CSR, ESG policies, for those businesses who aim at having a positive impact on a social, environmental, and economic level, that want to strengthen bonds with the community where they work, and they want to create a return of mutual benefits. Yesterday, we listened to some businesses that explained to us how they want to grow together with the city and the neighborhood where they run their activity. Okay? With this tool, we can do that on a higher level. But most of all, this is a tool for the communities, because we allow to experience the historical and cultural heritage, and we involve the local community in the process of enhancement and protection of its own culture and heritage. And how do we do this? Because we need to cooperate with those communities, because communities hold the knowledge, the culture. They know what's important to be told to their visitors. And so we need to create with them those contents. And by doing this, we believe we can bring people closer to their culture and to their heritage. Because by building together the contents to tell, by choosing what's important to be told, we can create a stronger connection between resident people and their own heritage. So, speaking of learning of communities, let me introduce or remind you, for those who already know us, what are learning communities for Life Beyond Tourism movement. Learning communities are institutions, administrations, professionals, and individuals involved in the development of territories for intercultural dialogue. Residents and travelers are part of these learning communities with a role to play consciously. Residents have the role of ambassadors of peace, encouraging knowledge and appreciation of cultural diversity. Travelers become temporary residents, acquiring knowledge not only of the commercial and cultural offer of the place, but also of its personality and cultural biography. So let me highlight the keywords that are our values: dialogue, diversity, respect, knowledge, understanding, and in the end, peace. These are our goals. And we believe that all the tools, Luoghi Parlanti is just a tool, but all the tools that let communities, let different cultures to understand each other better are tools that help us to reach those goals. So, how can we deliver this content that we are going to create with you, with all the communities? We believe that those contents must be delivered in a new, engaging way. Engaging means engaging for all the targets of audience, the elderly, the youngest, different cultures, different level of education. So with the storytelling, we can meet everybody's interests. How? Because a narrative becomes storytelling when multiple techniques are used to foster emotional engagement. We can have different cultures, we can come from different countries or have different level of education, but all of us feel emotions. So valuing storytelling means enhancing the active role of communities and territories in storytelling itself, and thus local participation in heritage processes. In our approach and in our project, Luoghi Parlanti, storytelling is a tool for democratic participation in narration, appreciation, understanding of heritage, and building channels for intercultural dialogue and exchange. Today, storytelling participates in the most current challenges of cultural heritage regarding inclusion, equity and sustainability, but also the preservation of tangible and intangible cultures or landscape. So the active involvement of communities and territories in storytelling can bring about, in our view, a shift from tourism to travel as an experience not of consumption, but of meeting and respect for cultural diversity. So again, on behalf of the scientific committee of the festival, and thanks to Aurora Savelli and Corina Del Bianco, who are part of the committee with me, thank you and welcome to the first session of Luoghi Parlanti, the Talking Places. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Giorgio. And now let me invite Mohana Chakraborty and Jui Hambani from the ICROM, and Zoe. Unfortunately, my pronunciation is awful, sorry. And to introduce this session before the presentation of our partners. Let me first again express our sincere appreciation for the work and the assistance and the collaboration that ICROM with his staff, led by Aparna Tandon, as contributing to our festival. This is the second time, and of course we are confident to continue. So, dear ladies, I leave the floor to you, and I invite you to have a short presentation of what is going on and the methodology that they will adopt for this presentation of storytelling. And now, and later, the first group from the Academy of Fine Arts of Cluj-Napoca in Romania will be ready to start. So now the floor is yours, please, and later we can start with the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and wonderful to see a lot of people, young faces in the audience. Good afternoon to everyone from ICROM and its flagship program, First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis. Today, we are here to talk to you about cultural storytelling. And we already had Giorgio, who gave a great introduction to what it means to tell a story. We're talking about emotions, tapping into empathy, tapping into people's knowledge. But there's a slight difference, there's a slight level we can go up where we talk about cultural storytelling. Because it's culture that binds us all together. It's our lived experiences and the way we have experienced culture that binds us all together. So we will like to start with this quote, which is, "We understand our place in the world when we understand others." And this is what has always motivated humans and all of us to travel across the world, trying to understand, who are you, where do you come from, this is me, and this is where I come from. The art of storytelling, especially a cultural storytelling, is a two-way interaction. It is a powerful way to share lived experiences, and it's a dynamic and multifaceted human expression. It can play a very crucial role in shaping and preserving the rich cultural heritage across the globe, and it can be a bridge that can span culture and foster some understanding and appreciation for the diverse stories that make up our global narrative. Especially also what really touched our hearts today was stories shared by Mr. Bushnaki this morning. These are the kind of lived experiences that we stand here to share together. An effective storytelling should always have people in the center of it. It is to ensure that we can provide a safe space for multiple different types of stakeholders, whether they're community members, governments, agencies, institutions, cultural institutions, non-cultural institutions, youth, everyone to have a safe space to share their stories. So the first element should be an interlinkage between people and place. Environment, setting, and context is everything, because it can illuminate the impact across places and unite people under one cause. It can promote a dialogue between multiple stakeholders. The other is powerful imagery. Telling stories, especially through visuals, gives a look into the why. Why does it matter where I am? Why does it matter who this place belongs to, and why should I know about it? The third would be relatability and personalized stories. Most stories cannot function until you have someone to connect to. A reader, a viewer, a listener, someone who's simply scrolling through social media in today's age. Personalization allows you to bring someone in and connect over the bigger picture. Why is it that you want these people to come to you, and who is it that represents your community? It could be a person, a place, a landscape, and so on. And audience versus platform. Who is it that this message should reach? Are we targeting a particular age group, some particular community members? Are we targeting government officials? Who are you talking to? It matters to set the context of where this storytelling should lead you. And thinking of what's most relevant to these people is vital to spreading the message across the right network and to as many people as possible, because storytelling gives you the space to express yourself, but it is also responsibility towards your context, towards your culture, and towards your community. There are various types of storytelling methodologies. They're either oral, which is one of the oldest storytelling forms in the spoken words through your family members, grandfathers, ancestors, even community members. Visual stories, which humans have told for thousands of years, representing photographs, drawings, and being an architect, I can say drawings are quite a powerful medium as well to tell a story about what used to be to what is today. Written storytelling as well as digital, where we are going towards today, is AI, VR, virtual reality, walkthroughs. No matter if there's a pandemic, there is nothing that can stop us from exchanging ideas, and that's why storytelling becomes such a powerful tool. I will now hand over to Zoe, who will talk about how this works in terms of tourism.
Thank you. So, storytelling can also be a very important and powerful tool for the tourism industry, because by leveraging cultural storytelling, we can go beyond conventional promotional methods, and destinations can connect with their visitors on a more deep and profound and meaningful level. For example, when you think about visiting a place and there is a certain legend about how the name of the place came to be, or there is a history about a particular hotel, this can be seen as an attraction for students, for tourists, also for students. So the example that comes to mind is, for example, Loch Ness, which is a story about a place, but it is an attraction for people to come visit this place. Over the past years, we have seen a global pandemic and multiple overlapping hazard events that posed severe challenges to cultural heritage accessibility, the lives and livelihoods of cultural bearers, and the tourism sector as well. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that digital storytelling can really be one of the most powerful tools in a digital age to connect with people around the world and engage them through the medium of storytelling, to really understand and engage with a place and visit it digitally.
So, if you can go to the next one. Who tells a story? Again, Giorgio pointed out today for need of involving community members and people in their own heritage, whether it is about telling a story of their lived experience or whether it's about how they have recovered from a complex event. Engaging indigenous community knowledge bearers in story circles can help document oral history of a place and how it has evolved. It can also actually provide capacities to face extreme events simultaneously together in solidarity and stimulate interest and motivate tourists, even residents, to expand their experience in the place. Along with this, it gives a voice to the local community, so they have the space to inform the decision makers of what they think, especially when you have a multidisciplinary group sitting together for sustainable site management while enhancing social cohesion. One of the most effective ways of storytelling is a story circle, which we will try and attempt to do today. Organizing these circles with communities to capture their knowledge and experience through visual or written prompts is a strong medium to promote dialogue. It is also by engaging key stakeholders and providing these space to express thoughts and emotions that we can actually try and integrate these thoughts into the disaster risk planning, climate adaptation plans, and these bigger policy level decisions, because the voices of the communities matter.
So while tourism helps to boost economic growth and enables cultural exchange, we cannot ignore the negative aspects of tourism, and this is where we are calling it as a risk driver, a disaster risk driver. Because in terms of over-tourism, we often see that there is exploitation of traditional practices. There might be encouraging inequality. There can be food insecurity, like the example that Aparna pointed out today in Brazil. There is pollution, more emission, modernization. There is building of roads in the middle of a rural area, for example, just to meet the needs of tourists. So tourism can also be that risk driver, and therefore us as storytellers, it is our responsibility to commit to ethical and inclusive messaging. We must attract the right audience, the right travelers. We need to develop tourism plans that are catered to the needs of the community, and it is not based on what we want to influence 10,000 other people from the world coming to this place. But the stories should come from the people, from the locals who actually want to share their lives and their experience of the space. And we need to, through these storytelling, support sustainability efforts. We should give voices, as I said, to the local communities, and we need to also address the global challenges that we are facing, like the climate crisis. So, next. So ICROM, which is an intergovernmental organization, we belong to the FAR program, which is a flagship program of ICROM. It is first aid and resilience for cultural heritage in times of crisis. And our motto, Culture Cannot Wait, is rooted in the idea that community perspectives and their cultural heritage must be mainstreamed in development and humanitarian aid, as it is a source of shared identity. It is an enabler of peace. It offers pathways for just climate action and builds disaster resilience. The program is purpose-built to enhance capacities for safeguarding heritage from conflicts, disasters, and the climate crisis, to build peaceful and disaster-resilient communities. And actually, before we move on to net zero, which we already showed, I want to go back to the slide of insight. If you go back to, just to introduce a tool that the flagship program has developed. It's called Insight, and you can download it from our website. It's actually a vulnerability and capacity assessment tool, but the approach of this tool is basically through storytelling, through prompts where communities can express themselves through visual tools. So moving on, ICROM's flagship program FAR has recently launched a capacity development project, Net Zero Heritage for Climate Action, with the Swedish Postcode Foundation, where the project is working with 5 climate hotspots. Multidisciplinary teams from these hotspots are working with us from Brazil, Egypt, India, Sudan, and Uganda to carry out scientific research on climate science, but also, and most importantly, to collect oral histories from local communities of these sites, from indigenous people, from knowledge bearers, to understand their knowledge about the place, their experiences of this place, how it has evolved over hundreds of years or thousands of years, how the climate has changed over the years, and how it has been impacting the people, their cultural heritage, and again, the capacities that these communities have, which has enabled them to adapt to the changing conditions over so many years. So with stories passed down through generations, traditional knowledge about the land, environment, healing practices, and spirituality is some of the key elements that we are capturing through this project. And for this panel, we would like to tell you a short story of one of our sites, which is in India, in Jodhpur. Jodhpur is set in the middle of the Thar Desert. So if you think about the desert and you think about a civilization growing from it, it almost sounds impossible. But it is actually through storytelling, through a myth, that this city was created. Because there is a myth in Jodhpur which said that this city will at one point have water scarcity. So all the people and the royal family who started coming to this place mostly for defense took it so seriously that they started building water architecture all around the place. They built these deep wells which collects rainwater. And this is how the city was formed, and to date, this myth is very much alive, and they believe in this, and they still have these ponds. But then, development happened, climate change happened, so people are now more dependent on external sources of water. Climate change is also causing droughts in the area. So our site, what they're trying to do is that through story circles, through dance, through music, through theater, they're trying to bring back these stories, these myths, these legends to the people, to tourists, and telling them how these water infrastructure was actually so important for the city once, and how it played a crucial role in sustaining life in this city and continued to hold potential in adapting to the changing climate, in reducing droughts, promoting tourism. So I will stop at this, and I will hand it over now to Zoe.
Okay, so now we've seen through the example of our project, our program, and the India site of Jodhpur, is that every place, every community has its stories that are very unique to their own context. And today, the World in Florence Festival has gathered 13 such cultural stories to share. So the objective of this session is to bring out how we, as members of a community, as tourists, as travelers, as professionals, can weave together information about our views, our emotions, our perspectives through storytelling that will allow us to uncover common interests, shared beliefs, and shared values. So we prepared a Mentimeter. Yes. Yes. We have prepared a Mentimeter where throughout the presentations we encourage you, the audience, the participants, everyone, to upload keywords that come to mind. This can be something that you are noticing, something that took your attention, a common theme that you see recurring, so anything. And then we will use this in a word cloud at the end of the session to conduct a small exercise where we will actually weave together this information to create common stories. So I will give the floor to Simone to introduce the first presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Zoe. So now we can start with the first presentation. I see already on the screen our friends from Cluj-Napoca.
Hello, Simone.
Ciao Ciprian, and a colleague from Gheorghe Dima, Academy of Music. So, traditional music education and restitution in Cluj-Napoca. The National Academy of Music Gheorghe Dima of Cluj-Napoca present Ciprian. I use a typical format of a music concert, let's say, but Ciprian, joke apart, the floor is yours, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Simone. I hope you all can see my screen now. Dear audience, I would like to start by thanking the organizers and especially Mr. Simone Giometti for the great work done in organizing this festival. In the following, I will present some aspects related to traditional music education in Cluj-Napoca. My name is Ciprian Misgan Danciu. I am here with my dear colleague and friend, lecturer Andra Pătraș. We conducted most of our studies in this academy, in the National Academy Gheorghe Dima, which is a representative at the national level. But about Cluj-Napoca, Cluj-Napoca has always been a multicultural city, as the second most important city in Romania. Its name has Roman origins, Cluj meaning that it is surrounded by hills, from the Latin castrum Clus, and Napoca being the name of the Roman settlement existing here around 106 AD. Due to its beauty, location and importance, is often called Heart of Transylvania or Treasure City. There are 16 museums and 6 public universities in the city, including Babeș-Bolyai University, which is the largest in Romania, having 22 faculties and almost 50,000 students. As far as music education is concerned, in Cluj we have a public school, a high school, and of course our music academy, all of which include studies starting from primary school up to doctoral studies. But also we have optional classes for regular schools in and other forms. Subsequently, graduates can be employed, for example, in one of the 3 major performing arts institutions. We have 2 operas and a philharmonic comprising orchestras, choirs, soloists, and specialized administrative staff. In addition, prestigious traditional music bands are located in Cluj-Napoca, including vocal, instrumental, and dance ensembles. We can mention here ensembles such as Cununa Transilvana, meaning Transylvanian Rat, the Mugurelu dance ensemble from Babeș-Bolyai University, and as the folk ensemble Mărțișorul, which is a spring symbol here in Romania, or Românașul from the Technical University. The Gheorghe Dima National Academy of Music has two main faculties, the theoretical faculty and the faculty of the interpretation, which contains the classical singing classes and the possibility to study extensively all the instruments from the symphony orchestra. In addition to that, students have the opportunity to follow one of the optional modules, including the jazz module or the traditional music module, each having 3 years of study. Within the traditional music module, we conduct field research, study of archives, and regular courses of musical transcription, folk singing, folk instrument playing, and traditional ensemble. Our traditional ensemble, called Icoane, Icons, has almost 30 years of existence now, and it is a representative ensemble at national level in terms of restoring traditional Romanian music. It holds concerts on regular basis in the country and abroad. We can mention here concerts in Germany, Hungary, Ukraine, and also in Italy. In Cluj, these concerts are held within the Academy of Music, but also in the city center for the general public or in the village museum, reconstructing the original environment for a specialized audience. In order to observe the authenticity of the ensemble's performance, I am offering you a musical example. First, we will listen from the archival version of the song, collected in the field in 1971. Then the restored version in the concert hall from the Music Academy. And now the same song in the interpretation of the Icoane ensemble. This was a traditional wedding song and is sung during walking from a house to another. So this was very well interpreted by the ensemble. The second example is this time from the city center. It consists in a traditional carol performed at the Christmas time and broadcasted on national television. I will also give you the song collected in the field in 1971 first. Just a stanza.
Hoi se mai se doi domne me doi dom din cer mari me hoi coringe me dar domcinii.
The same song performed by the ensemble.
Hoi ședui și mai ședui, Doamne, me doi dom de cei mari, me hoi corinde me dar domcines. Ta
The soloist is Mr. Jan Boksha, or Professor Boksha, who is our leader of the ensemble, and also the head of research center here in ethnomusicology from the Academy of Music, and one of the founder of the ensemble. And the last example is from the concert in the Village Museum, where a melody collected in 1914 by the well-known folklorist Bela Bartok, Hungarian folklorist, was restored. You can see here in the left side the transcription, and we will hear the song performed. In conclusion, I think that the city of Cluj-Napoca is very rich in terms of culture, education and musical life in general, and especially in the traditional music it has. We are inviting you to Cluj to see and listen to these authentic cultural wonders yourself. You can see here a selection of posters and CDs of the Icona ensembles. And I thank you very, very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the examples. And if anyone is interested in having this presentation, please email me and I will send it to you. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Sorry, there was a reverberation. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation, and also for sharing the beautiful music and visuals with us. This presentation itself showcases the power of involving people in their heritage. And when you see somebody's culture, somebody's heritage, through them, instead of just hearing about it, is when it becomes much stronger. And I can bet more than almost 100% of you want to go and experience what was just shown today. I could already think of a connection of my relatability and my personalization with this presentation from the song that was shared of 3 cherries and a fruit, which was a wedding song of going from a place to another, maybe a groom going towards the bride. And it's a similar practice from where I am from, not just India, but the state of Gujarat, where weddings are supposed to be like this, and we have similar songs, and it is a great way to make connections this way on an international level. So thank you so much for sharing that. It is now my... Thank you. Thank you so much. It is my pleasure now to invite a professor from Azerbaijan Tourism Management University, who will be talking about Sheki, the destination that brings together history and tourism and values. The floor is yours.
Good morning, buongiorno cari amici, benvenuta a Italia, benvenuta a Firenze. Kind greetings from Azerbaijan, from Land of Fire. Perhaps today, besides my presentation, there will be one more presentation about Azerbaijan. Maybe some of yours, maybe most of yours, you have information about our country, our destination. So despite it's a small country which locates in southern part of Caucasus, and with a small population, for the last years, we are as a destination, as a country, we're trying to host different international sport and culture-related events. So that's why sometimes we are talking with different people from all over the world, so they can get somehow information about Azerbaijan as well. But today we are going to talk about the special case. This is the city of Shaki. And before starting my today presentation, I would like very briefly information give you about me, who I am. I am Orhan Musa. I am representing Azerbaijan Tourism and Management University. And I am head of international office more than 6 years. So, well, usually such kind of presentations has been done by our students till today, but today I have such opportunities that I can share this presentation with yours. We have the public, the university, Tourism and Management University. Our main direction is tourism and the hospitality studies. And most of our academic and administrative staff members, usually while they are going to participate different international events, they have such kind of the chances. So now, what about we are going to talk here? So first we will see the Shaki city. We will give a full information about the description of the place. Then we will see what kind of food they have, I mean for national local food. Then we will see what kind of sightseeing places the destination has, and then we will complete today's presentation. So Shaki is a small city that locates at the northern western part of the Azerbaijan and belongs to the region of Shaki and the Zakatala. The very small area with a number of the populations, and the location of the city also northwest. So there's also a website of the executive power of the city as well. So actually, I don't know, maybe some of you have already visited Azerbaijan. Most of the international arrivals, they are visiting the capital city. Baku is the the famous one. But if you like to go to see somehow culture-related or history-related or rich destination, Shaki is one of them. So, key figures about the city, why Shaki is important for Azerbaijani peoples also within the country. The first is the historical city reputation, because when you look to the history of Azerbaijan, I'm sure that you can find a lot of historical information, historical background of the city starting from 16th century. The second important point that empowers the reputation of the city is a rich cultural image, because you can find a lot of sightseeing places, the museums, or culture-related places as well. And for the last years, after the development of the tourism industry in Azerbaijan, Shaki is one of the main destinations that attracts a lot of the international arrivals, because usually the tourist peoples, visitors, they are coming to Azerbaijan. Most of them, they are trying to visit northern and west part of the country, and to somehow to get a chance to visit Shaki city as well. Another important point about the Shaki is since 2019, the city located in the list of UNESCO World Heritage List because of its, again, historical and cultural city reputation. And another one is, when you are going to read about the literature and the history of Azerbaijan, you will find a lot of well-known and famous peoples that represent history, literature, culture, or art, that they were born in Shaki. So we can say that because of well-known and famous peoples, Shaki somehow makes a sense. And also, when you talk with the local peoples in Azerbaijan, you can tell that, okay, can you tell us some jokes about Azerbaijan? And you will see that there are special and the local jokes that especially widely spread in this region. So when we look to the places, the first is the Shaki Khan Palace. If you will have a chance to visit Azerbaijan and to go to Shaki, I strongly recommend you to visit Shaki Khan Palace, because it's one of the number one historical monument and number one, let's say, sightseeing places in Shaki because of its special design, architecture, and acoustic. The second important historical monument is Caravanserai. Actually, it's depend on upper and the lower side as well, but because of its historical reputation and because of historical values, it comes number 2 after the Sheki Khan Palace. And the next one is the Church of Kish. It's one example that shows the Christian heritage of Azerbaijan, because when you look to the history of Azerbaijan, starting old times, passing Middle Age, there were different communities of Jewish peoples and the Christian peoples, and while they lived there, they built their own monuments, and it's like became a responsibility of the people that they are living in this area in order to protect, to develop these places as well. So, the tradition and the festivals, actually you can find the different, very close and the similar, traditions and festivals and the customs when you look to the different cities of Azerbaijan. But the most important one is the Silk Road International Music Festival, because I think you can follow from the international web news that year by year the importance of Silk Road is going to improve. So because it brings a lot of transportation opportunities, it brings a lot of tourism-related opportunities. So regarding this point, for last year, the Shaki as a city, they started to host international Silk Road musical festivals. The second important the festival that happened in the city, it's a culinary festival because of popularity of local food of this city as well. So again, from point of historical point of the monument, there is a Galersan Gurarsan fortress, but when we translate it to English, it means come and see, the name of the fortress, because it's one of the historical places of that region as well, because of some historical battles that happened during the fortress. The Juma Mosque is one of the religious places of the people that it's like shows a respect by the local peoples to the religious monuments as well. And also Shaki Fortress is another history-related or historical-related sightseeing place of the city as well. So usually while we are just participating and attending Romualdo del Blanco Foundation events, we are trying to give interesting traditional items from each destinations, Now, for Shaki, there is one widely spread, the famous phrase, I eat your eyes. What does it mean? It means that someone comes to kindly ask about something, or someone comes to say many thanks. So it's very, very widely spread things. Even while you are talking with the people, if you ask that, where are you from? They say, okay, I was born in Shaki, I am coming from Shaki. The most of the local people, their first phrase is, I eat your eyes. It's like very widely spread, like identity of the people that they are coming from the Shaki. And perhaps when you talk to the people about Shaki, they can talk about the historical monuments, sightseeing places, the cultural heritage areas, and perhaps the local food. So today, we will talk about two important local food of this destination. It's the PT. Actually, it's the foods that you can read from the slide as well. But there are different kinds of the PT in Azerbaijan. But it is a very, very regional one, which belongs to the Shaki city. And it's a Shaki halva. It's actually some type of sweetie, but only you can find these sweetie in Shaki. So it's preferable to drink with tea. So I hope that if you will have a chance to go there, actually, I would like to bring here to taste. We can taste here, but considering that it takes a long time to come here, so it's not a good idea to bring and to keep it so a long time. Again, at the starting, we talk about sightseeing places of the destination. We said that there's a caravanserai and the Shaki Khan Palace, but there is another important historical significance of this city because of Middle Age times, because on that time there was a highly developed trade connections among the peoples and the countries and all cities that they were existing on that time. So on that time, Shaki was one of the main centers for trade. So that's why the peoples that they lived on that time, they built a lot of such kind of historical places and called them like a caravanserai. Now actually you can find such kind of historical places not just in Nesheki, also you can find it as a different part of Azerbaijan as well, but these caravanserai especially well known and populous in Azerbaijan as well. So the Sheki fortress is another important historical monument of the destination, and this place mainly comes by the name of the ruler of Sheki, Hacı Çelebi Khan. And also Juma Mosque is another sightseeing places, which is religious related monument and sightseeing places. And you can find some photos from the Baku. You see, there is a Marhal Hotel at the right side. It's one of the mostly visited destination in Sheki, even by the local peoples, because at the backside there is a very good the nature and the very good tourism related infrastructure. And one more the picture from Sheki Khan, the palace. And the first from the left side, it's just entrance to the city area. So, thank you very much for your kind attention. So, I would like to recommend you to come and to visit Sheki. The first to come and to visit Azerbaijan, because most of the people usually they are coming to visit Baku. But perhaps if you will have a time, so you can go and you can enjoy your time in Sheki as well. I think you will need just 2-3 days that you can stay there. So, thank you very much, dear Simone Giometti. Grazie tanto per avuto, per appartenata. Also, many thanks to you for your kind attention. I wish you all the best, good luck, and nice to meet you, all of yours today here. All the best from you, all the best from Azerbaijan, all the best from ATMU. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ochan, for sharing the things that we did not know, the city, the place that we did not know about, and most definitely we will be going there to hear about the idioms, the local jokes, the songs, and the beautiful monuments that were shared. It is now my pleasure to invite our delegation from Taiwan to present a very interesting title, All You Need is Good Friend and a Full Tank of Gas, from the Tsinghua University of Medical Technology, USR Office, Taiwan. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Today, I will introduce Tainan. Tainan is the southern of Taiwan. Some people in Taiwan just compare Tainan to Florence in Italy. So now I will introduce the Tainan. My name is Qingting Wang, come from Tainan. And you know that this is the traditional dress of Taiwan indigenous people. And where is Taiwan? Taiwan is an island located in Eastern Asia, bordering the Pacific Ocean to the east. And Taiwan history begins in Tainan. In 1624, the Dutch established Zandia City in Tainan. In the same year, the Dutch established New Amsterdam in North America, which later developed into New York. So Tainan is the history is the same New York. And in the 18th to 30th century, the China Qing dynasty colonized Taiwan. But from 1895 to 1945, the Japanese colonized Taiwan. And after 1945, Taiwan became a free democracy and multicultural country and separate from China and Japan. And we hope the peace, no more war, and can dialogue between country and country, maybe instead of war. Yeah. Now here's the Tainai Mountain. Tainai Mountain is in the northeast of Tainan. There are 5 scenic spots. And the first scenic spot is Miaoling. Miaoling, the old name. Miaoling old name is Banana Hill. But now the new name is Miaoling, which means Prawn Hill. The four season scenery of Miaoling in winter and spring. There are prawn flower bloom all of the mountain and valley, and in the summer night there are fire flying and slowly spread out the trail. In the autumn, we can enjoy the fruit picking. And then prawn product and prawn cuisine. There are hot prawn chicken soup, and we use the prawn sauce and use the pork with the prawn sauce and crystal tofu with prawn sauce. And the second scenic spot is Guidan Hot Spring. Guidan Hot Spring is the sodium bicarbonate hot spring. The water is clear. We known as the beauty hot spring. And in the divide into 3 sections: big food bath and private bath house, resting table and chair along walking paths, and we can relieve stress and enjoy leisurely hot spring time in the Secret Valley. And the legend of the name Guidan. The name of Guidan is about tortoise-shaped rock. All here remind of the tortoise spirit. And the third scenery spot is family of fruit farmer. And family fruit farmer, the street is surrounded by vast lawn, creeks, and forest hiking trail with 500 mahogany trees. And there is a natural ecological classroom. There are vast grassland, experimental farm, mahogany forest, and fruit restaurant. And the first scenic, that's a fruit festival. And the first scenic spot is Jianshanpi Resort. Jianshanpi Resort is about the 3 main part. The 3 main part is the Jianshanpi Reservoir, Jianshanpi Hotel, and Jianshanpi Environmental Education Center. And Jianshanpi Resort is a paradise for the whole family because there are beautiful flowers bloom in turn throughout the year. There are some leisure facility just like the leg tour boat, water paddle boat, and trackless train. And so it is a family fun paradise. The 5th scenic spot is the Kapuasa Pingpu Cultural Park. The Kapuasa Pingpu Cultural Park is the 400 years ago, the Tainan indigenous named Silaya lived around the Zhonghe community. And Silaya is a unique Pa worship religion because they believe the ancestral spirit exists in the water of power. So Kabasha Pimpu cultural power preserve the religion and life culture of the indigenous Syria. Above is the Sherrow Mountain scenery of Tainan. So welcome to Tainan Sherrow Mountain Paradise. Thank you for your listening. And we prepare some introduction for detail to everybody.
Thank you for sharing the very appealing story with plums and fruit picking, beauty hot springs, flowers throughout the year, and the beautiful ancestral spirit, as well as the very stunning dress that you were able to share with us. I thank you for sharing this story, and also I encourage everyone to go to them. They do have an introductory package that they have requested they would love to share with everyone here today. And with that, I will now invite another speaker from Azerbaijan, from the Shirvan region, who will be talking about having historical importance and its attraction from the University of Architecture and Construction. And I think they're joining us online. Hello, very nice to see you.
Hello.
Oh, that was very in conjunction. Great, the floor is all yours. Please go ahead, share screen, and we would love to hear from you.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Sure. I think you're already sharing your desktop.
Yeah. Do you see our first slide?
No, we don't see your presentation. Would you like to maybe stop and reshare your screen?
1 second. Так будем показывать.
Is your PowerPoint open? Because we still see like a white screen with black boxes of maybe Zoom.
Yeah, it's opened. You see it?
Not yet.
1 second. Yeah.
Oh, here we see it. Would you maybe try going on the full screen? The presentation mode. Let's see.
Unfortunately, I guess we have some.
Okay, no problem. We do it the way it was before.
Okay. 1 second.
Great.
Let's start.
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
1 second. I will close it and will open it again.
We have a suggestion from here. If you would like to send the presentation by email, and meanwhile we can go to the next speaker and then bring you back as we share from here. Does that work for you girls?
Yeah.
Perfect. So the email ID will be put in the chat. Yes, you will get in the chat the email ID to send your presentation, and maybe we can move on just for now to the next presentation, and we'll bring you back right after. Is that all right? Perfect.
Thank you.
Great. So do we have with us representation from Odessa? from Pearls of South Bank, Odessa National Economic University in Ukraine. Yes, online. Would you, if you're with us, would you please activate your camera? Or say something, I don't know if we hear you. Victoria, Polina, Sofia. Anyone with us? Marina? Oh, there, I think I see someone. Hello, hi, lovely to see you.
Hello.
Very nice to see you all. And do introduce yourselves. The floor is yours, and we cannot wait to hear your story. Over to you.
My name is Marina Beseda, and I am speaker of this conference.
My name is Ilya, and I'm also a speaker here.
My name is Victoria Yakovleva.
My name is Salnikov Yaroslav.
My name is Sofia Lyashenko.
And my name is Polina Yergieva.
Please go ahead. We see your screen. You can try to... Yeah.
Guys, you can go on with your presentation, please.
Do you see our presentation?
Yes, and please describe it. Presentation, please. Go on with your presentation, please. Show us your work. Scroll the presentation and go
1
on.
minute.
We just...
Your presentation is okay. Pearls of the South Bank, is that right?
Right.
Yes. Talk about something about this slide. Pearls of the South Bank, please.
Okay, let's start. Odessa National University of Economics is a place where diversity becomes our strength. Here, we are an integral part of a unique community where we learn together, grow together, and build the future together. Explore Odessa's captivating blend of history, culture, and seaside beauty. Start your journey at the iconic Odessa Opera Theatre, a symbol of sophistication and artistry.
The Odessa Opera and Ballet Theatre is a historic theatre located in Odessa. It was opened in 1810 and is renowned for its stunning architectural design. The theatre hosts a variety of opera and ballet performances, attracting local and international artists and audiences.
Now let's move to the city garden.
The City Garden in Odessa is a picturesque public park in the city's very center, near the iconic Deribasovska Street. Founded in the early 19th century, it is one of the oldest gardens in Ukraine and a popular recreation spot for locals and tourists. The garden has well-kept paths, a beautiful fountain, bright flower beds, and various states that create a calm and pleasant atmosphere. Visitors can enjoy leisure walks, relax on the benches, and appreciate the beautiful scenery.
The passage is located near the city garden. Let's go there.
Passage is a historical and architectural landmark in Odessa. It is an ancient shopping passage built in the late 19th century. Today it houses various shops, boutiques, cafes and restaurants, making it a popular destination for locals and tourists. The passage also hosts cultural events and performance. In Odessa, a significant religious landmark is known as Spasо-Preobrazhensky Cathedral, commonly called Soborka. This cathedral is one of the city's leading architectural and spiritual attractions.
It serves as a national center of Orthodox worship in Odessa and is a place of spiritual significance from the local community.
Visitors to Soborka can admire its intricate frescoes, ornate iconostasis, and beautiful interior decorations. The cathedral also hosts religious service and ceremonies.
Unfortunately, during another Russian attack, the cathedral was damaged. It left a significant mark on our hearts.
The head of sport in Odessa, a city that preaches football, is the unsupported Chernomorets Stadium.
Where Chernomorets Stadium is a central sport facility located in Odessa, Ukraine. It's primarily used for football match and serves as the home stadium for football club Chernomorets, one of the city's professional football clubs.
Chernomorets Stadium has a seating capacity of around 34,164 spectators, making it one of the largest stadiums in Ukraine. The facility has modern amenities, including VIP boxes, press facilities, and training grounds.
Over the year, the stadium has hosted various football competitions, including matches in the Ukrainian Premier League and international tournaments. The stadium is located near Shevchenko Park. By the way, let's talk about it.
Odessa Shevchenko Park is a picturesque oasis on the sea shore. It's named after the famous Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko, not ex-Milan forward Andriy Shevchenko. The park has many walking paths ideal for strolls among the lush greenery.
Also, the Green Theatre is located in the park. It serves as a venue for concerts, performances, festivals, and other cultural events under the open sky. The Green Theatre is surrounded by nature and has an atmosphere conducive to relaxation and entertainment under the open sky.
Arcadia is precisely where your wishes come true. If you are tired of the city hustle and bustle and are looking for an oasis of peace and entertainment.
Arcadia is a renowned resort district in Odessa along the Black Sea coast. Arcadia is a popular destination for locals and tourists, offering beachfront clubs, bars, restaurants, and cafes. Arcadia becomes a hub of activity during the summer, with visitors enjoying sunbathing, water sports, and beach parties. The area is also known for its lively nightlife scenes, featuring open-air clubs and music events that continue into the early morning hours.
And if you are looking for an ideal place to rest restaurants and maintain house, then the house track in Odessa is your perfect choice.
The hair track in Odessa is a dedicated path designed for outdoor physical activities and exercises. The track is typically located in the scenic area, providing a pleasant environment for walking, jogging, cycling, and other forms of exercises. What we want to tell you about is the importance of fish in Odessa.
Odessa, being close to the Black Sea, has a significant place for fish in its local cuisine. Fish are usually prepared by grilling, frying, or baking, and served with a variety of sauces, herbs, and vegetables.
We have wonderful dishes such as fish roe fritters, fried bream, forschmack, spot balls, and so on. Fish is not only important for culinary purposes, but also plays a main part in Odessa cultural traditions and festivities.
At the end of our presentation, we would like to remind
Odessa is not just a city on maps.
It's the soul and heart of Ukraine. Its rich history, cultural heritage, unique architecture, and hospitality of residents make it real treasure of our country.
Whether you come here for recreation, study, or business meetings, Odessa always opens its arms and invites you to feel the unparalleled atmosphere of its street and the unforgettable spirit of freedom that resounds in its air. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you so much, team from Odessa National Economic University, for such a beautiful presentation and for showing us Odessa from your eyes. The FAR program particularly holds Ukraine very close to its heart, as we have been actively engaged in towards safeguarding Ukrainian cultural heritage since the armed conflict that has lasted for more than a year. Our senior program leader was also in Odessa quite recently, and along with UNESCO, we are making all the possible efforts to assess the damages and risks to cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, that have occurred not only in Odessa, but in Kiev, Chernihiv, Irpin, Vyazivka, Donetsk, Kharkiv, and so many more. But with that, it also gives us this hope of how resilient people can be and how resilient culture can make people for safeguarding where they come from and their source of identity. I would also like to applaud their way of storytelling, as the way that they describe their food, the way they describe their scenery, it's almost like you were there. So a huge round of applause for all 4 of our teams who have presented so far. And hopefully the team from Odessa, hopefully the next time Ikram is on a mission there, we will be able to meet and eat together with you in much better ways. I will now hand over to Mohana, because we're going to have a short, not a break, but we're going to break up the presentations to do a very short activity with you.
Thank you, Jui, and congratulations to all the first 4 speakers of this panel. I think we are now on a virtual world tour in this panel. So I'm very excited to hear what the other stories are. And following our trip to Romania, Azerbaijan, and Taiwan, I think it's time for, and Ukraine, it's time for a 5 minutes break to pause and reflect. So if you remember the exercise that we were doing when we started this panel, Zoe, I would request Zoe to kindly present the code again. And just try to reflect back, try to breathe in and understand what we heard through all these presentations. And in your words, try to capture the essence of these presentations of the place in a few words. And with the link, we will ask you to insert those words through the Mentimeter. And while we do that, it's my pleasure to invite Noura Al-Hashimi to lead a small Q&A session. Over to you, Noura.
Hello, everyone. We're opening the floor now for questions. If anyone would like to ask a question to the panel, to the speakers. Does anyone have any questions? Well, I have a very specific question about Sheikhi in Azerbaijan. I wanted to ask the speaker if what exactly does the phrase I eat your eyes mean? Because I thought it was very interesting, because we have similar phrases where I'm from that when they're translated, they don't really sound clear, but I'm sure that they have meaning. So I wanted to ask Mr. Orhan what exactly that meant. The phrase, I eat your eyes.
Okay, well, at the beginning I said that for every time that the students, the team members, they were attending to this the international event, for each of our cities that exist in Azerbaijan, they were trying to find any traditional item regarding, characterize the city as well. But for Sheikhi city, it's like the traditional way of communication between the peoples. Because at the beginning of my slides, I told you that the local peoples in this city, they like to make a lot of jokes with each other. So that's why, I don't know, maybe it's the same that you have also such kind of examples at your home countries as well, maybe at your cities as well, that the people, they can say that, okay, I am coming from Toscano, I am coming from different places of, say, maybe India, I don't know, maybe China, that people, they can easily say something about the destinations that they are coming. It's something, maybe the right example to be like this. But when you look to another cities of Azerbaijan, perhaps there are also such kind of traditional items that the people, they are, sharing with each other, okay? But from another point of view, perhaps it's something that directly destination-oriented or communication-related things, but more and more important, it gives you sometime identity for the cities as well, so identity for the destinations as well. Because while we are talking about the tourism destinations, there is a destination profiles. At the same time that there is a visitor profile, and also there is a destination profiles. It's all of these maybe tiny things, but it's all of these things just can appear within this destination image, which brings history-related, culture-related, tourism-related, heritage-related, or urban development-related things all together as a combination of different ideas. But for the final stage, it comes to be very memorable. You can easily remember all of these things, okay? So that's why, from this point of view, sometimes the destinations, if based on the local communication capacities, they can empower general destination image of the cities as well. As I told you, that the city that Sheikhi is a very small city, located at the northern west part of Azerbaijan, but maybe from different countries, from even Russia, Ukraine, China, India, Brazil, the big countries, and they have a lot of the destinations. So more important, considering the issue that we have to take care of the destination, we have to take care of protection of environment, protection of the cultural values. But more and more important, we have to understand all of these things within the global hospitality values. So it's going to be more professional tourism-related approach that we can easily understand that, the destination managers, destination itself, also visitors as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answer. Are there any other questions? Does anyone would like to ask? Yes? Oh.
Hello, good afternoon. Just wanted to ask on the presentation of Ikram. You showed a great example, I think, from India, I think, on where I think there was a city where in the middle of the desert, where I think in the past people used to live because of an idea or a folklore around. So I think, how do you see human settlement back then and moving on to today? How do you see that evolving, and how do you think that people moving around is subject to kind of these ideas and shared kind of storytelling?
Thank you. I think that's a very interesting question, and it's a question also we as a project team is trying to resolve. So what has happened over the years is that, as I was mentioning, that this was a myth which has led to this kind of infrastructure around the city, and people were heavily reliant on these water structures. So their everyday lives were dependent on these structures, and starting from washing clothes to hygiene to everything was dependent on these water structures. But what has happened now, as India being one of the fastest developing countries, the outside cities and the metropolitan cities around Jodhpur, they have these water tanks now, which are supplying water to the communities at a very easy way, and people do not have to actually travel to these water bodies to access this source of water. So it's coming directly to their houses, and they're actually ready to even pay for it instead of using what is available to them. So this awareness is sort of losing, and people are not understanding the importance of it anymore, although we have to consider that it is also about easy lifestyle. We cannot force them to travel 1 kilometer to access the water sources. So our role now in this project is to actually not force them to go back to how it was used, but we are trying to find ways in which they can use it to attend to different types of needs. For example, one of the things that came out through story circles actually is that the youth of Jodhpur, they don't have a place to sit and chat, for example. So they're always on TV, they're always on their mobile phones, and they don't have a social space to interact with friends. So we are trying to make these water bodies as spots, as hubs, or how is it called, the internet points or cafes, where the youth can come, they can understand the story of this place, but also use it in a way that they want to use it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. I think that's it for the question session.
And I think if you see on the screen, we are already gathering some keywords from the presentations that we saw so far. So please keep adding, because this will help us do our final exercise. Over to you, Zoe.
Thank you. I think the next presentation, the team from Azerbaijan is going to share their presentation. So the floor is yours.
Do you see our screen?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abushwa Jala.
My name is Haji Vanaman.
And my name is Kasım Arzu. We're students of Architecture University of I'm so sorry. We're students of Azerbaijan University of Architecture and Construction.
Today we represent one of our treasures, Shirvan region. Why Shirvan? Shirvan region is the place which will leave in your mind and soul unforgettable impressions, and will prove it. This region located not that far from the capital of Azerbaijan, Baku, And from the oldest times, Shirvan region is an industrially and agriculturally developed part of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And it's known with its richness of culture and nation of this region. To demonstrate these values in our presentation, we want to highlight 9 main locations.
The first destination point is Şamaxı, 3,000 years old city, what was the capital of Shirvan. Since the Middle Ages, Şamaxı have been recognized as the main centers of raw silk weaving. Outstanding scientific and cultural figures, tourism infrastructure, favorable geographical location, climate, healing mineral water resources, fauna and flora, agriculture, natural historical monuments, well-known artisans are the pride of this region.
Before continuing to observe the landmarks and monuments of Shirvan, let's talk about cuisine and wine. Şamaxı has 46 varieties of plov, 14 types of dolma, 12 varieties of gutap. In Şamaxı, you will definitely fulfill.
After a good meal, to drink a glass of wine would be a nice choice. For what we have to visit our second point, Mesari village. In Azerbaijan, the wine growing and wine making are closely connected to the culture. Even millennia ago, people living there were growing grapes. Favorable soil and climate conditions of the region caused the spreading of the viticulture for thousands of years. Created by the association of these traditions and modern technology, Mesari wines are distinguished by their unique taste and aroma.
You might be surprised, but in Mesari, you can also meet alpacas. Did you hear right? Yes, alpacas, animals from South America. In Mesari is situated first alpaca farm in Azerbaijan. It's perfect fun time for local people and also tourists. People can visit alpaca farm and enjoy communication with furry animals.
Also in Şamaxı, you can attend well-known observatory. In addition to the fact that the observatory performs its main functions, the observatory invites tourists to visit a small museum, look through the largest telescope in the region, and even admire the stars after the dark. Perfect opportunities.
Now let's return to the past time. Yeti Gümbez Mausoleum, what translates as 7 tombs, where is included a cemetery and a group of mausoleums. The mausoleum belongs to the beginning of the 18th century. Nowadays, 4 of these tombs are preserved till now, and on each entrance was found a table with written information about Shirvan Khan's family that buried in each.
Our next unique point is Pirkulu town. Its place of activity in Shirvan region. In summer, its favorite place of hiking and picnics. In winter, it attracts lovers of skiing. Here is the Pirkulu Reserve, known for its relict vegetation, hornbeam, oak, beech forests, and groves of berry dew, in which roe deer, wild boars, chamay tours are found.
Our next point is Lagıç. It's small but very picturesque village. The territory is recognized as a cultural reserve and is considered a popular touristic destination of the Great Silk Road. Must-visit place not only in Shirvan region but in the whole Azerbaijan. Lagıç is well known for copper craftsmanship. We have a video about this craftsmanship. Oh, right. Sorry.
Hazırlanan yemekler çok teşekkür
Our next destination point is Ivanovka.
Ivanka is a Russian-named village in Shirvan region. How Shirvan-named village appeared in Azerbaijan? In 1840, the government of the Russian Empire resettled 11 families in Azerbaijan. The Malakans, how they call themselves, have their own unique way of living, unlike any other. What part, Malakans has preserved all its customs, traditions, and folklore. This village is known with its poppy gardens, what attracts attention of guests. What is a great background for photo sessions?
The next point is Gülçay. If you want to taste delicious pomegranates, you should go to Gülçay city. In the second half of autumn, when the pomegranates ripen, an important event takes place here, the Pomegranate Festival. The city center of Gülçay turns into a massive, bright, cheerful fair with songs, dances, and many pomegranates. Souvenirs in the form of pomegranate are very popular among tourists. From pomegranate we make wine and nosharab sauce. Nosharab is often used in cooking. Pleasant and sour taste of this sauce will make any dish special.
Our next destination point is Baskal. At first glance, this village is similar to Baku old fortress. Narrow streets, paved with the cobblestones, and houses built from the same stones create a special atmosphere. In Baskal, plane tree grows. This tree, planted in the 16th century, there was a tea house in its hollow huge trunk, and then a hairdresser. The tree is protected by the state. An interesting feature of Baskal is that all the houses are built facing to Mecca.
Kalagayi. Coming to the cultural values, in the Middle Ages, Baskal was one of the centers of crafts and silk weaving. The most popular item made of silk is kalagayi, the national type of shawl, which is a wonderful example of Azerbaijani folk art. It was one of the main attributes of women's clothing, regardless of social status. As we may see from photos, kalagayi can be of different colors and sizes. Even now, you can frequently face with women who use kalagayi in everyday outfits.
Shirvan carpets. The whole life of an Eastern people very often passes on the floor. That's why carpets play a huge role in people's life. The Shirvan zone of Azerbaijan is one of the most ancient carpet weaving zones. Also, in our presentation, even on each slide, you can see our national carpets. A carpet is not just a home item. Each carpet can tell an interesting story. We want to finalize our presentation with a short video dedicated to carpet weaving.
Digest and digest.
Thank you for your attention. We represent our Shirvan region with a great pleasure. We hope you enjoyed listening to.
Thank you very much for sharing the beautiful presentation of the Shirvan region, its landmarks, and it's an interesting mix of old and new traditions. Unfortunately, our next speakers from the Georgian Technical University are not able to present today, but we're just going to move on to the Education Corporation of Kazakhstan, who will present the Soviet legacy and beyond, discovering Kazakhstan historic landmarks, and they should be in presence. So I will invite you to the stage. There you are. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk about architecture of Kazakhstan, and also my beautiful speaker here too is going to present a bunch of other buildings too. But first let me introduce myself probably with the next slide coming up. Or am I supposed to do this myself? Oh, okay, yes I am. All right. My name is Asil. I'm 18 years old, and I am studying at the second year of the architecture faculty in the Kazakh Leading Academy of Architecture and Civil Engineering. And I am very interested in architecture, which is why today I'm going to present you the buildings. And but first, let me introduce my university, the Kazakh Leading Academy of Architecture and Civil Engineering. Originated back in 1957 as a Kazakh Polytechnic Institute with the specialty industrial and civil engineering, and later in 1961 the requirement for specialty architecture carried out. The first building going to be introduced by my fellow second-year student here. Her name is Dana, and please tell us about Hotel Kazakhstan.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Abulvadana, and today I'm going to introduce you the first building in our presentation. As we see, it called the Hotel of Kazakhstan. The construction years in 1970 and 1977. So it's the feature, like the feature of this building in our country, that it should be only 12-story building, like 12-floor story building. But unfortunately, or fortunately, our architects should do it only like 25th floor. Why it's feature? Because it's located in the seismological region, so there might be some earthquake. And architectures should be sure that their building would be stable. And how they tested this? So they forced the 9th score earthquake by machines, like they created by artificial way. And the architects were so sure about their perfection, so it was stable. So that's why it's called like the feature of our country. And the crown on the top it means like the peace and the independence of our country.
We're going to move on to the Palace of the Republic. Original design of it back in Soviet Union was supposed to be very brutal, and it actually was. As you can see on the top, the picture is from the Soviet Union when the facade was completely different. And then after, in 2010, they changed the facade, which was very controversial among the architects and especially among the people of Almaty. They were not very pleased with that. Yet, there is another beautiful building from Soviet Union that is still very amazing. It is inspired by Kiyuzui, which is a traditional Kazakh housing for housing purposes, called Kiyuzui, yeah. The function of the building is a circus, and it is actually a monument of history and culture right now too. Kazakh National Agrarian Research University, a quite unique monument of history, signifies Soviet design that works with a bunch of European motifs, such as colonnades and the arches. And if you didn't notice, it is yellow, which is quite unusual for Soviet architecture, because it usually is quite gray or black and white, and this one is very positive and very welcoming for the students of agrarian research. The next building is back to Dana.
Okay, the next building in Hardware Studio Complex TV. As you can see, it has very unique facade. So the local citizens of our city, like Almaty, they call it house with icicles. As you can see on the top, we have that stuff that looks like an icicle. So it's really unique, and when you see from the straight direction, on the background there is some mountains, and it gives an effect that it's like melting icicle. So now it's still working, and here's some like complex Kazakh TV, so we can see from here some TV on our.
The next building is Ascension Cathedral. It is an Orthodox church right now, and it is the oldest building in our presentation all in all. It dates back to 1907, and the interesting fact about the cathedral is that it has no nails whatsoever. It is completely made out of wood, and the coloring is very welcoming again. The next building is the youngest one. Talent Towers is located in Astana, and it is just 6-year-old. Right now it functions as the gallery, as the business center, and as the hotel. Moving to Petropavlovsk, Water Tower is a very significant figure there because back in Soviet Union, yes, the water tower was supposed to be used as a water reservoir for emergencies in case of fire, for example. Yet in Petropavlovsk, never happened anything that drastically serious that needed this tower. And after a while, the whole water supplying system changed. So the tower right now is just a monument of culture towards people of Petropavlovsk. And the last building for today is the residence of Abulay Khan. It dates back to 18th century, and it is a monument to the history of back when Abulay Khan was the ruler of our territories. Abulay Khan was the one who agreed for Russian people to protect us from all the other empires that were trying to get our territories. And it is actually a monument to colonization because after a while, Abulay Khan did not want to have a house. Kazakh people do not like to be closed inside of really small places. So Russian Empire decided that he actually needed this place. And they built a house for him that after a while was burned down once, and a lot of different situations happened to him, to the building. And later it still survived all of this and became a museum in 2018. Thank you for your attention. My name is Asil. In case you have any question, there was my email. You can text me. And a special thanks to Dana, who participated in creating the whole presentation. And
And I want to tell you, thank you for your attention in Kazakh language. Nazarlarınızga rahmet. We'll waiting you in Kazakhstan, so we'll appreciate that you will visit it in some day.
Thank you both for sharing the symbolism and history behind some of these examples of Soviet architecture. It is always very interesting to hear local perspectives and community stories behind these buildings that we might not know unless you hear it from the people themselves. So the next speaker is going to talk to us about Across Three Seas by Exam Italia, and there is someone here in presence to present. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to be here. This is an abstract of Hermann Hesse's book named Siddhartha, because Kamala is the main character of this book, and she is the one that introduced Siddhartha to love. And in the same way, Kamala is the name of our sailboat, and is the one that introduced me to love to sailing. Okay. We are three friends, and our company, Exam Italia, born from the union of of the multidisciplinary skills and the passions of the friends, and was born in Ixlam, Italia, that was based in Florence and Venice. Our job is promote the construction of wooden and low-impact buildings. This is why we have chosen golf and sailing as a sustainable sports, because we believe in edutainment. The principle of learning will have fun. Why? The sailing boat brings a person closer to the heart, because increase the awareness of living with limited resources, requires the management of human relationship in confined space and close distances, and brings life to natural rhythms, and offer an unusual point of view, where 2,000-mile journey around Italy from Tuscany to Veneto, to appreciate the beauty and capture the emotions on board. This is Kamala, a catch 42 feet sailboat, and this is the itinerary that we make in this summer. Across three seas, because you have the Mediterranean Sea, the Ionian Sea, and the Adriatic Sea. The Mediterranean Sea offers a unique variety of landscape characterized by inlet and harmonious balance between man and nature. There are many islands. There are Archipelago Toscano, Archipelago Pontine near Rome, Archipelago Flegree near Naples, le Isole Flegree. There are natural elements and the interaction of man with his surrounding. Ionian Sea is named for mythological legends of divine love and epic escapes in a deep treasure between Greece and Italy. The beaches of the Ionian Sea in Italy are predominantly sandy, immersed in lush Mediterranean vegetation, and surrounded by ancient castle, a picturesque village. What makes them truly extraordinary, however, are the crystal clear turquoise water that lap against them. Adriatic Sea retains an important productivity, contributing to 60% of the fish landed nationally. The coast, the east coast, is Adriatic Sea, offers an endless sequence of beaches characterized by varied landscape and fine sand. And there are more numerous tourists with its well-equipped holiday resort that cater to the needs of every type of visitors. When 2.5 months of sailing from June 21, summer solstice, to September 5th. Departure from Cala dei Medici in Tuscany, near Livorno, Marina di Castiglioncello, and arrival in Caorle, near Venice. Now, in this moment, Kamala is in maintenance, and in maintenance for the next adventure. Thanks for attention. Very happy.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think this is a great example of accessible, sustainable, and low-impact tourism. And I think I speak for everyone that I would like to join this beautiful journey. It is very nice to see how you can combine the diverse landscapes with the stories, with the accessibility, and keeping it all sustainable is a beautiful project. It looks very nice. For our next presentation, we are going to go to Georgia, where the International Black Sea University will present the sanatorium renovations in Kaltubo. You can absolutely correct me because I mispronounced that. Yes, the floor is yours.
Ciao. Hello. Ciao. Yes, we're from Georgia, and we would like to present you about the Tzaltubo. This is a small town in Georgia. Here, presenters. We're from International Black Sea University, as you already know. So let's start from the main page. So we will have 3 buildings that we'll talk to you about. The first one is Sanatorium Medea, second one is Sanatorium Metallurgy, and the third one is Bathhouse number 8. It's not sanatorium, but also interesting building with planning design. You know where Georgia is located, next to the Black Sea. And Tzaltubo, as you can see on the map, unfortunately we cannot enlarge it on the PDF, but you can see with the red line that Tbilisi is located in 240 kilometers from the Tzaltubo. And besides that, people still want to go there to take some photos, interesting, like for example, for weddings or photo shoot and have some fun. So it's an interesting destination. This is a small 3D map that we have created for you, for your better understanding. So with red lines, you can, not red lines, red spots, you can see the main buildings that I already mentioned. It's Metallurgy and Medea with Bathhouse number 8. And with dash line, if you see yes, you can see the dash line. That dash line means Tzaltubo Mineral Water Park, which is an interesting fact about that place because people actually were going in Soviet period of time, people were going to that place to healing procedures. For example, if you had some heart diseases or blood circulation problems or some kind of that stuff, this water could actually help you with that. And so it was kind of with a healing magic purposes. So let's start from the first building. It's Sanatorium Medea. Actually, it's really nice and beautiful for Soviet period of time that were building very not quite interesting, like only concrete boxes. So that was quite an interesting example for the 1950s years. So the once grand concrete structure was built in 1954 and then abandoned after Soviet Union collapsed. And with its countless columns, the facade of Hotel Medea was certainly the most impressive building to look at in Tzaltubo, and it's the largest one actually. You can see the columns right here. And for years, Medea Sanatorium has been a living place for families displaced from Abkhazia, and today it's abandoned, as I already said, and ruined. In 2021, the building was granted the status of immovable monument of cultural heritage, of course. This is a small diagram that we have created. Unfortunately, here as well, we cannot enlarge it, but this is conceptual diagram, very first concept design that can be redone with it and with interesting forms. So we were thinking more about rounded shapes, so using them and concrete finishes will complement the overall look of the Medea Sanatorium. So the spa place with Tzaltubo's mineral waters can be used simple forms and shapes so that it will blend easily with the surroundings vegetation, its environment, to equally create better adaptability. Those are some references photos. Those are not renders, are just photos to represent you the idea what can be done. Second one is Sanatorium Metallurgy. It's a small collage, not a real photo, a small collage of the building, and I'll give my word to the next speaker, Levan.
Hello, everyone. So the second building is Sanatorium Metallurgy. The planning of this sanatorium started in 1947 and was completed in 1957. And we created, as Elizabeth already said, some little small collage for your better visual understanding how this renovated style, new renovated building sits with the old style. We wanted to keep this like cultural heritage, the old typical Soviet like arcs, their detailing, their ornaments. We want to keep this stuff. That's the like main thing of this building. So when you go to Zhaltubo, you can everywhere see these like arcs, these typical Soviet everything. And when we went on the place, we made a huge research about these sanatoriums, what they were doing, and we took some existing photos, now how everything looks there, and made some sanatorium metallurgy diagrams, which you can see here. The typical Soviet planning system, and the most interesting fact about this building and why we chose it is the hole. I don't know if you can see, but hole in the center of the building, and as you enter in the building, you can see this hole, and made also a little collage about it for a better understanding. Like when you enter, you see, the first thing you see is this hole, and this sanatorium metal was the Stalin era, as the name suggests, built as a resort for Soviet Union metal factory workers. And people in the Soviet Union were sent in these sanatoriums for vacation. Like they couldn't choose where to go for their vacation, but they were sent to the sanatoriums to rest, heal, and everything. So, and now I will give my word to our next presenters. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lizzie. Today I will talk about history of the bathhouse number 8. The bathhouse number 8 in Zhaltubo is an abandoned medical facility. Due to the collapse of the spa industry after the fall of the Soviet Union, the bathhouse became deserted. Despite its appalling condition, you can still see decorative relief depicting woodland scene. Bathhouse number 8 was opened on September to 1958. The project belonged to the architect Yosef Zaldishvili together with Valerian Gedia. He developed the general plan of Zhaltubo. The building is innovative. Here, for the first time in Georgia, a heavy 42-ton domed roof, which is assembled from a reinforced concrete structure, was used. Now, next speaker, Tekla, will talk about our present reconstruction plans.
So, hello, my name is Tekla, and I'll talk about the revelation of the bathhouse number 8. All right. So, as you can see on the diagrams, this is a bathhouse number 8, and it was a historical site that was used as a healing and medical purposes, and it was located near the hotel. And as my colleagues already mentioned, it was a center of the Soviet Union healing system, and most of the time it was used as a bath, and this is the name, where the name bathhouse number 8 comes from. Our version for the bathhouse number 8 goes beyond the preservation. It blends heritage and innovation to create a remarkable space. Through adaptive reuse of architectural relic will transform into a terrarium cafe, a bridge between the past and the future. Floor-to-ceiling glass wall will offer a panoramic view of the lush old cuisine, and those are the references of what would the cafe look like if we had a chance to reconstruct and renovate this place. The cafe will focus on ill and disabled children, providing a nurturing environment for healing. Sustainability is a guiding principle with the rainwater harvesting, energy efficient system, and local materials. This will give us an opportunity to transform once famous place and return it to its past glory. This is a place from inside. As you can see, this is an abandoned place right now, but it has a lot of potential because of the placement, which is really near to my colleagues' places. And in case if we would renovate the place, sanatoriums and etc., and make a hotel out of it, the existence of the cafe would be really beneficial to it too. And coming from the history of the place, which is connected to the healing, the focus of the cafe would be disabled people with disabled children and ill person coming there to heal. This will give us opportunity to transform this place, and it will be really beneficial from the Tzkaltubo itself. This is a visualization of the presentation and the preservation and restoration of the bathhouse number 8. And as you can see, this is a render of the place and what the place looks like right now, but those are not from the real photos. So this is from above and from the sides. And it's really interesting place because of its natural abilities. The reservation endorses a commitment to Tzkaltubo's cultural and historical renaissance, and it gives an opportunity to create a sanctuary for healing and the joy. Thank you so much. This was our presentation. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Our students prepared really renovation of a heritage and destination, which was very important at the time. That's why they mentioned many times the last century's middle period, which was a very interesting period for that area. And really the 3 words it was mentioned, it is a destination, heritage, and renovation. It was the idea of our architectural presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is this your phone? Thank you very much. I think this was a very great example of how there's other ways to do storytelling besides with words. It can be done visually through visual aids like this 3D modeling to show the idea of a place. And these kind of tools can not only be used for tourism, but also have wider application in development and risk management. This was also a great example because you talked about including traditional practices in storytelling, like the healing properties of the water, and also adaptive reuse of architecture, which are all very fascinating elements that you touched upon in your presentation. To again provide a short break before we continue with the presentations, we would like to do another short Q&A session, for which I will invite Nora to the stage again. In the meantime, we will project the QR code to scan the Mentimeter, and I just want to, again, encourage you all to please add your keywords, anything that comes to mind. It's going to help us at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your very enlightening, wonderful presentations. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask? I had a question for the member of the Exlam team in Italy. I'm not sure if he's still here. He must have left. Any other questions? Yeah.
So I really appreciate, thank you very much. I really appreciated the last 3 presentations, especially this last one. So I just wanted to know a little bit more on the, I don't remember where you are, down there? Okay. I just wanted to know a little bit more on the drawings that you presented. So how were they produced?
They were produced by our students.
Yeah.
They did themselves. Everything they did themselves. They can explain you how it was done.
Yes, what was the question, please? Can you repeat? Oh, in programs, architectural programs, with the plannings, and then you will create a 3D model. It's just programs, yes.
And also we managed to find some old plans of these sanatoriums in some archives. So we did it in 3D versions, everything like this master plan and everything was in 3D made by ourselves for a better understanding and better visual understanding to look and see everything. So we did everything ourselves.
Yeah, specifically, when it comes to program, it was done with this 3D Max and render, and also we used ArchiCAD and AutoCAD for some references plans. Yeah, if it answers your question.
I also have a question regarding, I think, the first intervention that you proposed for the baths, if I'm not wrong. When you proposed the concrete and the simple shapes, I think it's a great idea, but I really wanted to understand if you, in the renovation aspect, while designing in a process, if you were able to study some of the risks that come with the topography or where it's located, with the geography, where the context of it all. Were you able to study some, maybe, from the meteorological department, disaster risk department that you have in Georgia as well? What kind of studies were made before you made the choice of material and so on?
Yes, so in this kind of detail, we were not doing this renovation and restorations. So that's why I said on the diagrams, it were just the concepts and the visuals, what can be done. And of course, you have to do a lot of soil work to know exactly will it be not even sustainable, but to structurally well done, not to be.
The technical conditions of the buildings are absolutely enough to just the reconstruction is to renovate, to clean, to add some details. Mainly the construction, the structure of the building is okay. There is no problem. I mean, the supporting elements, the basement, columns, roof, everything is one of the best conditions. So the elements. The context inside, by the way, what I want to add, the microclimate is the most important part of that sanatorium, because it was chosen, I think, among 1,000 places exactly to cure and to treat some specific diseases. That's why many times it was used like a Soviet Union, because there were the special trains from Skaltubo to other parts of the huge country that time which existed, because exactly they wanted to treat their problems in Georgia. So microclimate is a sustainability of this area, and structurally there is no problem. If you want to add something?
No.
It was the idea was that time.
We have one more question.
Not wanting to take too much time, just a suggestion. My wife is from Croatia, Yugoslavia, and she lives in Split. And when my kids come to Split, they immediately see that they're close to their grandparents. If we drive to Ljubljana, they say, we're close to my grandparents. We go to Warsaw in Poland, we have the same kind of reaction. In other words, I think some of this brutal architectural things, some are even referring it as a person, I think the team of Kazakhstan. Does it make sense, according to you, to create some kind of network or route, like we have so many in Europe, that actually emphasizes and teaches and valorizes these brutal, let's say, heritage kind of features of our, to a certain extent, common past? Is it so remarkable? My idea is that it is, because my kids recognize it from kilometers of distance. Is it so unique And is it sort of part of some brand that we can sort of put into a network and valorize it according to you? Because I saw some really nice examples here on the slides, the different places, but with some common thread in that sense.
From my understanding, you talked about preservation of the place as itself, valoration. So from our project, we also talked about the preservation with innovation. So making the innovation, preservation will be connected to not only changing, but we are not changing, we're making something out of it. Because in Georgia, it's one of the most popular places. All right, so thank you for your comment. It was really interesting to listen to it.
I will add one sentence. You found some general connections, yes, about that. It's absolutely right that I told you that, for example, a place like Tsaltuba or places like former Soviet Union republics, each of them had some kind of a connection with the central government, like Moscow or others like that. And this is what understand it once was like one context. For example, even the governor, when I saw the previous presentation, once the person was governor of Tbilisi, for example. Like we have even the name of its square, for example. That's why many times when we see this kind of pictures, photos of this old building, like a brutal styles, even when we are discussing that, we found lots of similarities from Georgia. I mean, your presentation in Kazakhstan, lots of similarities. For example, the person who was the person, the Mikhail, the governor of that time, you mentioned the chancellor of that time was when you presented in 18th century. And another one was also, we had a statue of Tbilisi of that person, Vorontsov. Mikhail Vorontsov, we had a big square in Tbilisi, and half of the city, one part was built by that person when he was the chancellor, the governor of the Georgian part, one period. So there is a lots of similarities, but what is interesting that in that we discuss this in a cultural and the context of rehabilitation and sanatorium. That's why it's so many things we can in common in that period. I think that's why. So.
Thank you. I think that concludes our session for now.
Thank you so much, Noura. And I guess this conversation that we just shared is one of the reasons why storytelling is such an important element and such a great practice to be able to share and to find connections without us even having to go into a structured methodology. We already see so many connections coming up, knowing and very clearly stating how it's our cultures and our way of identity that connects each other. So that's, thank you for that, and thank you for that very rich conversation. I'll hand over to Mohana for the rest of the presentations, and then we will have a short exercise.
Thank you, Jui. And actually, building on what you said, I want to again highlight that we were talking about, association, we are talking about symbolism of certain structures of our cultural heritage. And although it is really a source to foster peace, but it is also a reason why cultural heritage is often a target in wars. So with that, I would like to invite Ms. Pelagio Morozova, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, from the Odessa State Academy of Building Engineering and Architecture, who will be talking to us about Odessa, architecture is the music frozen in the stone, the very words of Johann Wolfgang. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi. Okay, yeah. Hi, my name is Pelageia, and I am an architect student. I'm from Ukraine, Odessa, and my presentation is about musical Odessa. First, we see the Odessa National Academic Opera and Ballet Theater, In the center of the city stands the Odessa Regional Philharmonic Theater and ends our road with the Cathedral of St. Paul. So, architect is the music frozen in the stone, German philosopher Friedrich Schelling. The project of the new Odessa National Academic Opera and Ballet Theater was entrusted to the Viennese architect Ferdinand Fellner and Hermann Helmerov, and was made in the style of the new Viennese Baroque. The project was improved by Odessa architects Alexander Bernardazzi, Felix Konsilorovsky, Yuri Dmitrenko. The Opera and Ballet Theater was the first building in the Black Sea region with electric lighting and stream heating. In the theater constructed, Tchaikovsky, Rimsky-Korsakov, Rachmaninov, sang Fyodor Chaliapin, Salomon Krushelnitskaya, Leonid Sobinov, and danced Anna Pavlova and Isadora Duncan. Also, Alexander Pushkin mentions the Odessa Theater in his novel Yevgeny Onegin. Built in 1899, the Odessa Regional Philharmonic Theater was originally intended for the stock exchange trading. Since 1946, the building of the stock exchange was occupied by the Odessa Philharmonic. The building of the Odessa Philharmonic Society was built in the Italian Gothic style in 1899 according to the project of the Viennese architect Prohaska. The project was financed by the chief city architect Bernardazzi. By the way, the Palazzo Ducale in Venice was taken as a basis for the stock exchange building, which was erected in the Venetian neo-Renaissance style. The architect Hermann Karl Scheurenbrand designed the reconstruction of the Cathedral of St. Paul. Unlike the preview building, which was built in strict classical style, which the new cathedral used features of Gothic and Romanesque style. The name of the father of the great pianist Sviatoslav Richter, Teofil Danilovich, is closely connected with the Odessa Cathedral. He taught at the Odessa Conservatory and served as organist at the cathedral. So, this is literature, and thank you for your attention. I can answer all your questions in Russian, Ukrainian, and German. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving us this beautiful tour around Odessa. And I must say that, you know, buildings are really a way to tell the story of the era that it was built in, or it was renovated in, for example, and it narrates what the socio-political situation was at the moment. It tells the story of what was the economic condition, or who was in power, how were the people like. So it's all so very interesting. And so with that, without any further ado, I would like to call this next speaker from SMK University of Applied Science, Social Sciences, Lithuania, speaking about a sustainable travel destination in Lithuania.
Yes, can I make an introduction?
Please, of course. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here and thankful for this opportunity to be part of this great event. My name is della Alexandravichenya. I represent SMK University of Applied Sciences, and here is the student who's going to introduce our sustainable route in Lithuania. Nerijus, you can start.
Hello, Italy. I'm greeting you from all the way from Lithuania, from our cold country. We just had our first snow. And today, I will be talking to you about the sustainable route in Lithuania, about the Ilzenbergis manor. So, let's begin. As Dileta has already mentioned, my name is Nerijus, and I am a student of SMK, University of Applied Sciences, here in Kaunas, Lithuania. My study program is Creative and Entertainment Industries. I study many different things, and this is actually very exciting for me because I can be on stage, virtually, but on stage. And so let's begin with the presentation. So my speech will be divided in 3 parts. I will begin with the unique manor house, about its history, architecture, and cultural heritage. The second part of my speech will be about the park, the unique location, the Love Island, don't get it confused with the reality show, and sculptures. And my third part will be about the biodynamic farm, the vineyard, and the fresh produce that we produce here in Ilsenbergers Manor. So, let's go. So the development of sustainable tourism in Lithuania manors. We have many different manors around Lithuania. They're placed all over the country. They are all sustained. They are all preserved. And they have a really deep, significant cultural impact on our country because many high-end people lived there during the times. But I will be talking about the most interesting one, the Ilsenbergers Manor. So it has been established in 1515. It is the only fully restored manor in the Baltic states. Can you imagine? Like the whole Baltic states, and it is the only one fully restored. And it features 19th century late classicism architecture. As you can see in the pictures down below, we have a textured, beautiful wallpaper. We have marble design floors. Like, it's so stunning. The furniture, the glowing chandeliers, the ceilings, everything is set in such detail and it's like frozen in time. You can actually feel like you're walking through the 19th century. What the manor offers is guided tours. You can do many different things there. The most interesting, in my opinion, is the taste sessions, where you can taste many different things from within, from the things that the Ilsenbergers Manor produces. So you can taste wine, you can taste cheese. They have many different cheeses, but more on that a bit later. And many fresh produce will be served to you. We also have an elegant dining room where you can be introduced to many different eras of cuisine. You can try many different dishes from all around Lithuania, from all around the eras. You can actually taste many different types of foods. And also, the visitors can learn about the subtleties of the production process. You can really see how everything is being produced locally in the manor. Okay, let's go for a walk in the park. So the Manor Park is set in a very unique location. It's very near the Latvian border, so it's the northern more of Lithuania. So you can actually see Latvia from certain parts of the park. And it is set between 2 lakes, between Ilgis and Apalasas. So there's many water, as you can see in the pictures. There is a Love Island with the 500-year-old oak tree, which is such... I can't even imagine how old that tree is. Me being 22 and the tree being like, I don't know, more than 10 times older than me. The oak tree is 30 meters high and it's 2 meters like wide. So it's just insane. And the Love Island is a very special place for lovers and for newlyweds. There's an amazing fountain of love. And also how you get to the Love Island, you have to take the floating bridge of love, which is actually very interesting because the bridge is floating. It's not on any stilts. It's just on the water. And okay, let's go to the next slide. And also, we have a sculpture park. The park has many different sculptures from many different sculptors. They all represent different things. They have like these spiritual spaces like sublimity, nobility, mystery, dream, and many others. And as you can see, the park is full of greenery. In the springtime, there's many green leaves, and in times like these, like autumn, you can see many beautiful, different, colorful leaves, like yellow, orange, red, also some of the green. It's just an amazing palette of colors, and you can really feel and relax and enjoy the park. You can also take a romantic trip at the Ilgis Lake. It is very interesting. You can actually float on this catamaran, and you can observe the Love Island from around. You can see the Janus Oak, the large one, the 500-year-old oak. And you can also see the faraway lands of Latvia. So you can actually see a different country while you're relaxing at the Ilsenbergers Manor. The farm. This is one of the most interesting things about the manor. They have a huge farm, and it is the only manor in Baltic states which continues the tradition of biodynamic farming, which is really interesting. And it is one of the largest vineyards planted in the hills. And what's interesting about the vineyard, that it is one of the most northernmost vineyards in the world. We all imagine vineyards being in the warm weather, in Italy, in Spain, but this one in Lithuania is very far up north. So I find that quite interesting. There's also a farm where you can see lots of different animals. There's cows, beef cattle, sheep, hens, turkeys, and as you can see in the pictures, and they have a very big territory, so they're not boxed in a cage. They can live freely, walk around, and live their life to the fullest in the territory of 500 hectares. I don't know if you can imagine such a wide space, but these animals can. The local produce. So Ilsenberg's Manor is a very good place for making produce. They make many different cheeses with strawberries, with cranberries. They produce their own wine. They have many fresh vegetables. They make many different meats and cheeses and all of that. And they're locally grown. They're very sustainable. And it is all made in this one place. So the Ilsenberg's Manor has many awards given throughout the years. One of them is the Sustainable Ilsenberg's Manor was given the World Nature Fund in 2019. And it also has the Sustainable Farm Certificate ECHO, as you can see down below. And here are many more awards that the Ilsenberg's Manor has received over the years.
Thank you,
And for
Neris.
conclusion, I have this one last video. So let's watch it, and then I'll give the word back to della.
Excuse me, there is no audio in your video. Please share again, but share also the audio and make music on in Zoom settings.
Okay.
You have to interrupt the sharing and share again, sharing also the audio.
Okay, just a quick moment, sorry.
It's okay.
Can you hear the video now?
Yes, the audio is okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Nereus. That was all. Thank you for your attention. I'll be glad to answer any questions in the question-answer session sometime later, yes? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Deleta, and thank you, Nereus, for this wonderful presentation. Congratulations. I really appreciate how, you really drew the picture of this place by telling the stories of the people, of their livelihoods, of their way of living, of the land, of the biodiversity. So I think this is all sustainable tourism should look at, actually, when telling the stories, when talking about the place, taking into account local voices, their practices, their sustainable ways of living. And this way, we don't only create immersive experiences for the tourists, but we also uphold the needs of the people who make the place. We reduce carbon emissions, and we reduce the exploitation of natural resources. So, great presentation. Thank you so much. And with that, I move on to our next presentation from Poland, talking about dialogue between natural and cultural values in Ponecz from the University of Technology in Poland. We have someone in presence?
Yes,
We have
I
someone
am.
in online.
Good
Okay.
afternoon.
Floor
I
is yours.
would like. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. I am very happy to participate in this event. I am pleased to present to you the topic dialogue between the nature and culture values of Ponecz. My name is Małgorzata Dorosturek. I am an assistant professor at the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Architecture of the Kielce University of Technology in Poland. I research historical architecture. I am interested in the conservation and protection of monuments and urban revitalization. With me, this material and presentation prepared my students Patrycja Pusz, Piotr Fit, Bartłomiej Widanka. They are hard-working students interested in architecture and its history, local and international projects. Ponecz is a region located in Poland, in the south part of the Świętokrzyskie voivodeship. This region stretches along the meanders of the Nida River. The town of Pinczów is located in the geographical region from where we start our road, going from the Mark Square to the hill with the chapel of St. Anna. Near Pinczów, you can see means of Pinczów limestone, which has been used to construction for centuries. From Pinczów, we go to Wiślica, to Busko-Zdrój, before stopping in Bełecz, where another nature phenomenon. The next point on the road is Wiślica. Here is the Gothic Collegiate Church and the Archaeological Museum. From here, we go to Zagość, to the church St. John the Baptist. Then we go to Chrobesz with the Wielopolski Palace, and the road ends with the beautiful Cistercian Abbey in Jędrzejów. The next slides will be presented by my students.
The first recipe is Pinczów and small building towering over the city, Chapel of St. Anna. Chapel of St. Anna in Pinczów is a small building located on the hill of St. Anna, formerly connected with the fortification of a non-existent castle standing on Castle Hill. The small religious building towering over the town of Pinczów and the surrounding area was designed in the Manierist style by the Italian architect Santi Bucci around 1600. The architect designed a chapel of square plan covered with a dome with a lantern. It is the first freestanding dome chapel among the buildings added to exist churches in the Renaissance. It was founded by Margraf Zygmunt Peszkowski.
The pile of stills in village. The pile of stills in village is a specific form of nature standing out from other trees in the forest. It has a very interesting system of roots that look as if they were hanging above the ground. Almost the entry root system of the pile is exposed. Tourists can enter its root and feel the majesty of this over 100-year-old tree. There are many paths in the area leading to the tree with extraordinary natural architecture. Pile of Stills is a unique natural monument found nowhere else.
Next point is the Wiślica Collegiate and the Museum of Architecture in Wiślica.
Collegiate Church and Museum of Archaeology in Wiślica is a Gothic temple built in the 14th century by King Casimir the Great. The building dominating the landscape was built on the relics of two older Romanesque churches. The church was built of ashlar stone on a two-nave plan with an elevated chancel. The western facade was rebuilt in brick. The interior is vaulted with a stellar and ribbed vault. The Gothic architectural complex consists of a collegiate church, a late Gothic bell tower and the vicar's house, the so-called Długosz house. Wiślica, located deep in the Ponitia region, is a town where we can find the oldest trace of Christianity in Poland and valuable monuments of Romanesque and Gothic art. Here, in the basement of the Collegiate Church, you can see, among others, the floor of an earlier temple, the so-called the Orange Plate, considered a unique monument of Romanesque art in the world.
Church of St. John the Baptist in Zagość. Church of St. John the Baptist in Zagość is the first foundation of the Order of the Hospitallers in Poland. In the mid-12th century, Prince Henryk Sandomierski brought them here, but after 1317 the monastery collapsed. After the original medieval church foundation, the eastern part has been preserved in the current parish church of St. John the Baptist. The small temple is built of stone blocks and pinched limestone. The chancel and nave have features of the Romanesque and Gothic style, with architectural details on the form of sculptured decoration.
The Wielopolski Palace in Chrobesz. The Wielopolski Palace in Chrobesz is an original building in the late Classicist style. The building is located in an English-style park with many impressive old trees. The facade of the palace is highlighted by a 3-axis avant-corps and a 4-column porch with the main entrance to the palace on the central axis. On the first floor, 3 is a terrace on the porch. The facade is topped with an attic with 4 Classicist sculptures. The palace is in the center of the park stretching to the Nida River, and there is a historic chapel on its premises.
The Cistercian Abbey in Jędrzejów is a monastery complex located near the source of Białanita. It is the oldest Cistercian abbey in Poland, founded in 1140. Charles Griffin, the Cistercian Florence came here from the Burgundian branch of mermaids. The architectural light consists of the monastery church of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary and Saint Wojciech, rebuilt in the Gothic and later Baroque periods, and the remains of a medieval Cistercian monastery. The church has a Latin cross plan with towers from the west, and on its southern side there was a monastery. The Cistercian Abbey in Jędrzejów is an impressive building, a monumental shape that fits perfectly into the surrounding space. The main attraction are the two towers towering over the buildings, from which the sounds of church bells resound every 15 minutes. The church, dating back to the Baroque period, impresses with its richly furnished interiors, including majestic 18th century organ stars and rare frescoes. Outside, traces of the augural vault of the monastery chapter house have been preserved. The Cistercian Abbey in Jędrzejów is the main center of religious and cultural life in the area. On August 26, a church fair takes place here, one of the most famous in Poniedzie. The faithful go to the meeting mount with the relics of Saint Wincenty Kadłubek. Legend has it that the mentioned mount is the place of Kadłubek's first meeting with the Jędrzejów brothers from the Cistercian monastery. The Cistercian Abbey is also a place of integration and spiritual development of young people.
Capital of Poniedzie, Pińczów. Pińczów situated on the hills on the Nida River. The city has retained its provincial charms, old building and a valuable complex of Renaissance monuments. The city has a historic urban layout with a market square with a stone fountain. Near the market square is the late Renaissance parish church of St. John the Evangelist and the Pauline monastery. In the part of the city called Mirów is an early Baroque complex of the Reformed church and monastery with two Renaissance monuments, a synagogue and a house called the Arian Printing House.
Zagość. Zagość is a village located north of Wyświca and 9 km.
The origins of the village date back to the 12th century. Previously it was the village of Przeźnica, which existed since the 7th century. An important moment in the history of the settlement was the founding of a Cistercian monastery in 1140. The city was an important trading center until the 19th century. One of the tourist attractions in Jędrzejów is the Szybkowski Museum, which has one of the largest collections of clocks. The museum ranks third in the world in terms of the number and volume of saddles.
A regional product grown in Poniedzie is Korczyńska beans, also known as Jonesberg. It is a nutritious vegetable whose seeds are used to prepare many dishes. One of the traditional dishes in Poniedzie is a bean tart. This dish was created in the first half of the 12th century. As a result of the destruction caused by the Germans during World War II, the price of and this product were almost unavailable. For this reason, flour had to be replaced with whatever was painful or what could be obtained. White beans turned out to be an ideal substitute for flour. A bean tart is a pastry that used beans instead of flour. Venetia is a region known for the cultivation of herbs and herbal medicine. Here you can find fields of sweetwork, nestle, marigold, and lavender fields. In Venetia, traditions and folk customs related to Easter and Christmas are maintained. Also, other traditions such as singing under road statues, floating quilts on the water, on tearing feathers.
Thank you very much for your attention. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, before the final presentation of storytelling, well, actually, it should be delivered here in presence by a friend of us, Madam Marianna Savrani from the city of Marneuli. Unfortunately, a few days ago he suffered a grief and he couldn't come. But of course, we think it was worthy in such a sad moment to send to her this message that her work is not in vain. And so Giorgio was so kind to replace the presentation of Marianna, and we will deliver from Italy a simple and friendly message of support to Marianna by delivering the presentation that she would have delivered. Thank you. Thank you very much, Giorgio.
Thank you. Messolonghi Vasiladi Island. The name of the town comes from the Italian word mezzolaghi, which means between the lakes, because that is exactly what it is. A flat town of 12,000 inhabitants embraced by water. The famous siege of Messolonghi took place here and became a landmark in the Greek War of Independence against the Turks. Lord Byron also died here in 1824. In this place, there is a strong embrace between the sky and the sea through the lagoon. A unique place, heroic, proud. Fishermen in their wooden boats, with their nets, faithful companions in the shallow wetland, an area of 150,000 acres, the largest in the country and one of the largest in the Mediterranean. It is this lagoon that played the role of natural sea fortress during the years of the revolution. Thanks to it, the besieged residents withstood the Turks for an entire year. The Sunday of the anniversary of the Exodus became a national holiday. The inscription carved in the stone, "Every free person is a citizen of Messolonghi," encapsulates the essence of this unique sacred town in Greece. The Statue of Liberty at the entrance of the town, the remains of the walls, and the Garden of Heroes with the remains of fallen Greek and Allied fighters are the distinctive symbols of the sacred town. Symbol of patriotism, love for freedom, and the romanticism of the 18th century, the Garden of Heroes in Messolonghi relieves the entire epic of Greek history among statues, monumental stones, and tomb columns. In this space, the people of Messolonghi buried their dead during the siege of Messolonghi, as the cemetery was blocked. In 1830, Ioannis Kapodistrias decided to create the Garden of Heroes in this specific area. The flourishing and decline of commercial shipping. From the beginning of the 18th century, when the maritime trade of the Adriatic cities flourished, the prosperity of the so-called Adriatic economy Messolonghi experienced tremendous growth in the shipping sector, as its port was initially the hub of a system of ports in the Ionian Sea with internal interconnection and interdependence in productive activities. The great development of Messolonghi was combined with that of Kefalonia, as there seems to have been cooperation between these two naval sites. The first shipyards in the Greek area were established in the early 18th century in Messolonghi, as Ionian populations of craftsmen and Eptanese capitalists who invested in the shipyards of Messolonghi contributed to this. The importance of the port of Messolonghi is now evident from the fact that in 1729 the Venetian authorities established an independent vice-consulate there, which was administratively subordinated to the consulate of Naupakos, until 1739, and then to that of Patras. From Messolonghi, ships transport food products, fish pastes, caviar, oil, cereals, cheese, raisins, wine, and raw materials, timber, wool, hides, oak, to European ports. Malta and Livorno were also major destinations for Messolonghi's ships, especially in the second half of the 18th century. In the town's archives, there is a list showing that the town had a total of 50 ships, which were built in its shipyards. Until 1800, Messolonghi's fleet led the maritime trade, especially in the Ionian Sea. In the decade 1780-1789, the fleet increased to 134 ships. During the same period, Messolonghi's ship also visited Ancona and Trieste, carrying food products such as cheese, lemons, wheat, and raisins, as well as other products like soap, wool, and thread, but with less frequency. The fleet of Messolonghi had become an important maritime power that played a crucial role in sea transportation to and from the Italian peninsula and Malta. Later, Ali Pasha of Ioannina, in the early 19th century, took measures against the maritime activity of Messolonghi and its fleet in order to promote English trade through the port of Patras. By 1804, they only had 20 merchant ships and 40 boats, but still engaged in active trade that extended to the Gulf of Venice and along the Mediterranean. The lagoon is vast and full of fish, scattered with wooden houses that seem to emerge from the water, and boats with which people fish day and night. Here, there is an ecosystem that hosts hundreds of species of wildlife, birds and fish, ranking it among the most important wetlands in Europe. It is an environment full of natural beauty and wilderness. The word Pellades comes from the Italian word pilastro, which means pillar or support. But what exactly are the Pellades? The original Pellades were fishing huts used by fishermen to store their tools and spend the night when they did not have the assistance of motorized boats. These huts are part of the lakeside settlement of the fishermen who stay periodically in the lagoon for fishing. They serve as the homes of the fishermen and are quite organized with bedrooms and kitchens. Heating is done with wood or gas, and underneath the Pellades there is parking space for the fishing boat. The settlement on stilts is one of the oldest forms of human habitation. Fishing is mostly done by trapping fish in the bassimata of the sea using structures called ivaria or divaria, derived from the Italian word vivaio, which means fish farm. In our case, they are simply fish trapping installations or traps. The first ivaria, simple fish trapping installations, were constructed using stakes, reeds, straw, and nets. All fishermen had a central point where they would gather in the central pelada of the fishing cooperative, where the catch would be collected and channeled into trade. Even today, where pellets exist, they balance on stilts and oversee the ivaria. The divari or ivari is a traditional fishing tool used in lagoons, which involves controlling the movement of fish by placing fish traps. It is constructed in a trapezoidal shape, and the closure, like all fish traps, was traditionally made with reeds, meaning with reed fishing rods and stakes driven into the bottom. Today, the reeds have been replaced with plastic mesh with rectangular holes, which is supported by stakes. The island Vassiladi San Solstice. This island is a natural wave breaker in the lagoon of Messolonghi. The journey to this historic island with the nearby divari of Vassiladi is a captivating experience in the lagoon of Messolonghi. It is a route where the lagoon, the sunset, history and legends come together. The island serves as a natural wave breaker, lido, separating the lagoon from the Patraikos Gulf. This is a small, uninhabited island called Vassiladi, which was once the fortress of Messolonghi. There you can find the chapel of San Solstice, which celebrates on September the 7th every year. Standing on the island is a 12-meter-high lighthouse built in 1859. It used to be the entrance to the port, adjacent to the abandoned house of the lighthouse keeper. There are also the ruins of the old customs house in the town, which oversaw the old port of Messolonghi, where galleys and every merchant ship would dock, located on the sandy beach to the west. Many times the Turks attempted to occupy it in order to enter Messolonghi. However, they suffered great destruction with the victory of the outnumbered people of Messolonghi, January and March 1826, a victory that is written in golden letters in the world history of nations. Afterwards, the exodus of the free besieged followed on April the 10th, 1826. Today, at the two ends of the island, there are the installations of two divari tools, Vassiladi and Coma. The traditional stone lighthouse in San Solstice was constructed in 1859 and has been designated as a historic preserved monument since 2001, as it is considered a significant example of lighthouses important for the history of navigation. Additionally, there is the building of the old customs house, where our history tells us that it used to be a major maritime center serving the whole of Greece. The Chapel of San Solstice. The residents of the area built this historic chapel in 1860 on Vassiladi Island in honor of San Solstice. San Solstice is a martyr from the 3rd century AD, beloved by sailors and islanders who refer to him as San Solstice. Lagoon routes. In the Messolonghi Lagoon, visitors have the opportunity to explore both routes. We have chosen the island of Vassiladi as one of the most significant routes, considering its exceptionally pristine natural environment and the rich cultural heritage of the area. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much, Giorgio. I think we are all very tired after this very interesting but intense panel. I just want to highlight that after the 13 cases that we saw today, it's very clear now how cultural storytelling is really a powerful way to share our lived experiences, and it is a tool to promote inclusive and sustainable tourism. Cultural stories, they have the power to evoke emotions. I think we all went through an emotional roller coaster through this panel. It generates curiosity and creates connection between the visitors and a place. When we are aware of our, target audience and we curate stories in a way that is relatable, that is approachable, we create a bond through the association of memories and the shared experiences. And stories, they trigger our empathy and convey emotional information that ignite kindness in this current world where every day we wake up to news from Middle East, from Europe, of wars. And maybe this is a way that we can, reinforce trust and kind of enhance social cohesion. So we want to actually see after this 13 very interesting presentations how these stories reached you. And why we were collecting these, keywords is because we want to do a small exercise with all of you. And before I hand over the mic to Jui to introduce us to the exercise, I want to bring you back again to ICROM's Net Zero project, because that project is actually going to bring in such stories which have been implemented on the ground in 5 climate hotspots through an online conference which will take place next year, and we invite all of you to kindly participate and share your ideas, share your stories, and if you have any questions, you can write to us in the FAR program email, which is not visible on the screen, but it will appear. So while that is happening, I would like to request Jui to actually introduce us to the exercise, because we are really running out of time. Over to you, Jui.
We'll keep the exercise short, but this is the time that we want to talk to all of you and also use the words that you gave us across these 13 presentations to see how you can make interconnections yourselves. I think we already saw that even just looking at an image, you say, oh, you know what, I have those kind of landscape also in my country. I think Mohana was saying, looking at the very delicious fish from Odessa, we prepare it exactly in this way and we call it this. This is the beauty of cultural storytelling. So let's have a look, if you can share the Zoom screen. Let's have a look at some of the words. This is how the exercise is going to work. We have collected all your words in this random list, random word generator. It is going to shuffle all of them and give you 3 words. I especially look at our students who have joined us from Belgium to participate in the first one. Let's create in comma. Perfect. This is our first list. You have 3 words: restoration, exploration, and unique. Any volunteer from your side, from the audience, from also people online, we want you, in a sentence or 2, use these 3 words to tell a story that is close to your heart, close to your talking places. You can take 30 seconds to think a little bit too.
Hang on, I'm going to take my notes. Okay, restoration, exploration, unique. Back in Limburg, we have Belgium, it's a province in Belgium. We have a lot of old mining facilities which are now being refacilitated, reconstructed towards tourism possibilities like shopping facilities or even natural parks and national parks. It's quite beautiful what they have done with it. They were industrial, polluting, very filthy, and now they are a place for community gatherings and just having fun and a nice time.
Thank you. That's a great start. Can we make another generation, please? So the next is, I guess there are 4 words: peace, sea, journey, and heritage. Who would like to go next?
So for me, I will start with the sea journey. So Georgia is known to have a great sea. Even our university name contains like Black Sea International University. So when it comes to sea, we have a Black Sea near, and it's one of the greatest and wonderful places you can go. For example, Batumi. And I would encourage everyone that want to visit Georgia to go Batumi first. When it comes to peace, we are known to be a pretty peaceful country, and our culture and also our nature really contains to be peaceful with each other, and this is, I think, one of the main goals of Georgians, to be in peace. And when it comes to heritage, I think if anyone knows something about Georgia, we have a great heritage, one of the greatest history, and one of the oldest countries out there. And I think with the heritage, our heritage would be contained as architecture and language, because our language is one of the oldest languages out there. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let's have the next generation. Webinar Restoration and Sustainability. This is a bit of a combination. Anyone would like to have a go? We can try another combination since restoration was already there. Music, political and global. Global and local, right. Also from this side.
Yes, I have a request for Dr. Munir Mushtaq, because you always have such fascinating stories. Please share with us.
I think we have a very interesting place in Italy, particularly in the island of Sardinia, where you have a musical performance called Il canto a tenore dei pastori sardi. This is a music which is done every year during the Festival of Saint Michel in the mountains, and I think it is a local presentation of music which is really showing the political environment of solidarity, of support to each other, because they are all chanting, not alone, but really close one to the other. And I think this is something that is showing how, the local can also have an impact on the global.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Let's go next. We're just warming up. We also want our participants from Taiwan, and I also see from Ukraine, from Azerbaijan, also people online. Please jump in. The next is curiosity, sustainability, and niches. This is interesting. If there are no volunteers, Mohana is just going to go and hand the mic to somebody. So,
like for example, Noura.
Go ahead, Noura.
Well, niches for me is like something that is very specific to a particular context. And when you're looking at a niche, obviously what draws you to a place is how much of a niche it is, how unique it is. That becomes the curiosity towards it. And if you really rely on that special quality of the site, it becomes a more sustainable process of preserving it because it's unique to that context.
Do you have a personal story that goes along with it that you can think of?
Well,
from where you're from or your experience?
Well, I've been working on the topic of the sea in Bahrain, which is an island, as part of its identity. Bahrain means the land of two seas. And so, utilizing the sea as a form of heritage is how you even preserve the sea against sea level rise, against land reclamation, things like that. That's it.
Perfect. Let's go for maybe two more. I also see our colleagues from Cyprus are with us. Webinar, monument, and traditional dances. Would you like to have a go at creating a story from your experiences online? Cyprian.
Hello, we are from Romania.
Romania. Apologies.
Yes, I think monuments are about heritage, tangible heritage. Traditional dances are immaterial patrimony, and the webinar may be the window in which we can present this to people interested. There are two kinds of heritage. I guess everybody who participated today in this festival has this kind of heritage, and this kind of webinar is very useful because we can make contacts and see that other people have maybe the same monuments, kind of monuments, or the same traditional dances that we have, and we didn't know about it before the webinar. So this webinar may be seen as a window.
Thank you so much. Do you have anything to add? I'm sorry. Do you also have something to add? A personal story? No. Thank you so much. And I thank all of our 13 places. Sorry, yes, you were saying something. Apologies.
No, it's okay.
Oh, okay. All good. Great. So let's have a big hand first for everyone who tried to participate in this activity. I will hand over to Zoe for concluding remarks, and then we have a very short video about the talking places that will be shared by, I suppose, Giorgio and the team of Romualdo Del Bianco Foundation. Over to you, Zoe.
Okay. So just to close up today's session, we have seen in all of the presentations, in the exercise, in all the interventions, that stories really are a universal language. They turn facts into memorable experiences. They build empathy by sharing perspectives. They preserve culture, and they connect us with each other across boundaries of time, of space. The brief exercise, they showed how we share the common linkages amongst people through the different cultural elements. So we are very, very pleased with this session. We thank you so much for your participation, and thank everyone who presented their cultural stories today. Thank you very much, and I think over to Giorgio for a short video now. Thank you.
And of course, also thank you to the Romualdo Del Bianco Foundation and the World in Florence Festival for always inviting us here and giving us this platform to share our experiences, ideas, and perspectives. This is a great, great opportunity, and thank you very much, especially to Carlotta, Simone, and Giorgio, and Corina, of course. Thank you, and let's have a look at the video of how we can use the talking places, how you can actually simply with a simple device such as your phone, be able to talk to these places, converse with them, and reach there even from remote or wherever you're located. So as you will see, it was quite easy to use. I wasn't able to speak over the video with the music, but all you have to do is open up your camera, scan the barcode, and you can be transported into the cuisine, the local dances, traditions, where to go, great recommendations, right from the locals who have learned and lived in these places for all their lives. So a big congratulations also to the Del Bianco Foundation for this Talking Places initiative. And I will hand over to Giorgio or Carlotta because we will be showing the panels of the participants who were able to present their work today, and you will also be able to see them in person right outside. So the panels right now here are for people who are online.
Thank you. This is just a quick overview of all the panels that are referred to the presentations that we just saw together today. So here you can find all the panels, and you can see them in the exhibition next to this room. All of them are equipped with QR code and NFC tags. So, as said, you can scan the codes and access the contents. Thank you. So now we are going to have 10 minutes break, and then we will go on with the festival.
Sì, sì. Okay, so I would like to invite people sitting because I would like to invite with me Madam Nana Georgadze and the delegation who kindly given to us the possibility to enjoy a work dedicated to one of the typical cultural expressions in Georgia that share with them. So it is the film Prime Meridian of Wine, who was got many nominations for prestigious prizes, especially in Hollywood in USA in 2017, Hollywood International Independent Documentary, finalist at the Phoenix Film Festival in Melbourne 2017, and I am here really glad to give the floor before screening to give the floor to the director Nana Georgadze, please, for introducing shortly a word.
Thank you very much for invitation. Thank you for coming. You know, it's a documentary about Georgian wine, and this they have today there are so many countries they have a wonderful wine, but Georgian it's a country where wine was born. And they have 8,000 years history. And, you know, it's a film about wine and very briefly about Georgian history and polyphonical songs and all culture. All this is for the wine, view of wine, you know. So it's a 1 hour long film. I don't know if you want to see the film. It will be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And because we are talking about the Georgian wine, we can't start to see the video before introducing another person who contributed to this evening, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. George Saakashvili, that is a wine producer, and at the end we will have the pleasure and the occasion to taste the wine he produced, and give a short presentation of his activity, and then we will see the video of Madam Georgadze. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. Good evening. We came here in order to introduce our wines, and I can tell you that producing wine comes with me a couple years ago when I lived in London. And I visited, there is a wine museum in Winopolis where Georgian wines are introduced, and when I entered this museum I saw that I heard there that it's proved by British scientists that the origin of wine comes from Georgia, and after that I had big willing to do myself. Now I produce some types of wines, red or white, and now I'm here with my partner who lives in Germany, and he will talk about, he will do presentation what kind of wines we do in Georgia, and after that, after finishing our speech, you can have possibility to taste our wines, which are represented next room. Let me introduce Pata Bolotashvili, who lives in Germany and who is representative of my company in Europe. And he will talk more deeply about the wines. Let me give him.
Yes, thank you, George. My name is Pata, and I live in Germany, and my English is not very good. That's why I will talk Georgian, and George will translate it in English. ბევრმა არ იცის, რომ საქართველოს არის ღვინის სამშობლო. ეს ჩვენი ქართველების ახირება კი არ არის, არამედ ეს
You have second one. You have only this.
ბევრმა არ იცის, რომ საქართველოს არის ღვინის სამშობლო. ჩვენ გვაქვს 8000 წლიანი ღვინის ისტორია. ეს ჩვენი ახირება არ არის, არამედ ეს უკვე დამტკიცებულია სამეცნიერულად.
Not a lot of people knows that origin of wine comes from Georgia. It counts 8,000 years old. First wine was made in Georgia. We are very proud for this.
საქართველოს ტერიტორიაზე არქეოლოგიური გათხრების შედეგად აღმოჩენილი იქნა სპეციალური სასმისი ქვევრი, ეგრეთ წოდებული ქვევრი, რომლის ანალიზის, სამეცნიერო ანალიზის შედეგად დადგინდა, რომ ეს ქვევრი 8000 წლის იყო.
It was 8,000 years ago. There was some surveys, archaeological surveys, and we found special, we called queries, where we put wines. We can call in Georgian queries, and it counts a lot of periods, and we do since the time Georgian wine.
და მნიშვნელოვანია ყოველთვის მისვავენ მაგ კითხვას, რა არის განსაკუთრებული ქართულ ღვინოში, რატომ უნდა მაგალითად შევიძინოთ თქვენგან ქართული ღვინო.
And it's often this question is often asked, why we have to buy Georgian wine.
პირველი არის ის, რომ სწორედ ეს არის რაც უკვე აღნიშნე, ეს არის დაყენების მეთოდი, რომ ჩვენ ქართველები ღვინოს ვაყენებთ ამ ქვევრში, ეგრეთ წოდებულ ქვევრში.
It comes from technology. We have special technology how to prepare we call in query. I just told you.
ეს ქვევრი არის ჩაფრული მიწის მიწაში და ღვინის დაყენება ხდება ჭაჭასთან ერთად.
We prepare wines especially in quarries, and it's absolutely different method we do since a long period ago, and it's very specific Georgian wine, and it's very tasty, I can add.
და მეორე მნიშვნელოვანი რაც არის ის, რომ ჩვენ საქართველოში გვაქვს 525 ავტოხტონური, ანუ ადგილობრივი ხურძენი, სახის ხურძენი.
We can add that we have 525 types of grapes, which comes from that period, and we are very proud for it, and we try to recover all of them.
და ეს ჩვენი ამ მეთოდით დაყენებული ღვინო შეგიძლიათ შემდეგ დააგემოვნოთ ჩვენთან ერთად.
And we brought some kinds of wine you can taste after that, and you will enjoy and you feel how Georgian tradition comes with that wine.
That's why. It's why.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's all.
Thank you very much. So I think that, please, Linda. Thank you, Mr. Pata. Thank you, Mr. Giorgi. I think we can start to enjoy the film Prime Meridian of Wine di Madame Nana Giorgiace. Thank you. Thank you very much.
America, send. Germany, the Czech Republic. Now England.
How old are you?
20.
What profession you choose?
Journalist, send. Actor, send. Now computer designer. Where do you study? Georgian Agrarian University. Yes, Dad. I'm filling in the applications. I've sent it to 5 countries, to different facilities. I'll go wherever they accept me, just to get out of here. Yes, I've included winemaking. Just in case, and for your sake too, yeah, I've heard that Hugh Johnson is coming for a visit. Okay, I need to go, I'm busy. I'll do everything I can. Okay, I'll collect the information on wine for you. I'm listening to attentively. No. Miss, wait. Don't touch her. Wait, where are you running? You know, there are 5 million winemakers in Georgia because all the Georgians are crazy about wine. All the Georgians make wine. Do you know why? Because wine is not just a gastronomic product for Georgians. It is a part of our identity, our culture, a part of our love. Do you hear me? Yes. Yes, I'm coming. My voice? What? I'm speaking normally. Yes, I'm coming. I'm done with this place. What I was saying, it was the great Devgatsa who built it in Lechkhumi back in the days when they moved from Swaneti to Lechkhumi. Everything related to our family name is related to Lechkhumi and is related to vineyards. They have settled in Kutaisi and built the Chetsuliani cellar there. It was in 1860. Oh, hi, Rezo. Oh, wait for me. I'm going to go down to the cellar. I want to show you something. And then the communists came. I was around Rezo's age, 25 years old, when we started to restore our vineyards and our cellar. This is our vineyards in Kakheti. Do you remember this moment? What are you doing? We are retasting the 2003 vintage here. Open, Krachuna and Tuishi, and taste. And this is our Chodasheni, 2003. I'm leaving. Have you seen Dad? Yes, I've seen him. Maybe you are not interested. but we keep in our cellar the wine starting from the very first vintage, when our advisor was Mr. Gogi Tushmalishvili, until today. You know that today our advisor is Stefan de Ramoncourt. These are wines that we need to retaste annually to study their evolution. Today Anton gave me to try Twishi and Krachuna of 2003. Really very good. Rezo, there is something that I want to ask you now. Georgia gave wine to the mankind. Could you shoot some footage about it? Interviews with various people in Georgia or abroad, with people who can talk about the wine culture, okay? Now, the most important thing I wanted to show you, out of 5 kinds of wine from the very first vintage of 1998, I had only 4. One was missing. Few days ago, I discovered by chance the 5th one at a wine collector's in Latvia. This is Usechlauri Khetsuriani from 1998. Kvevri wine without any additives. Very good. I have to leave now, I'm in a hurry. Please do not forget to do what I asked you about the footage. I have told you that I will do it. Do not forget that we will have a tasting of wines of the new vintage tomorrow, okay? I'll be there. Ah, Rezo, there you are. I'm getting ready to meet Hugh Johnson's. Look, what a nice aroma it has. It's the last vintage of our Kacheti in Papris, Mindverbi vineyards. Here is Dat Rotkibanidze, Argonautica, is also related to wine. The country of Georgia is a very special place. It's very rare to have such an important number of archaeological discoveries on such a small territory. Georgia is known throughout the world as the land of the Golden Fleece. Everybody knows the myth of the Argonauts. Here are the words of Strabo, who says, mountain rivers bring down a lot of gold which is collected with shaggy fells. And even nowadays there is a village in Swaneti province where we can still see the locals using the same method to collect gold. For a long time, scholars had considered Kolkheti to be a mythical land. But the archaeological discoveries prove that Kolkheti existed in reality. The discoveries in Vani revealed the evidence of highly developed civilization of Kolkheti and already existing wine culture. The wine wasn't just a beverage, but it was a part of cult. I am convinced that any museum worldwide would wish to have such an exposition. According to Apollonius of Rhodes, when the Argonauts stepped into the surroundings of the King Aeetes' palace, they saw a very large tall vine growing up around a tree trunk with lots of fragrant grape bunches on it. Copper finished King Aeetes' palace and fountains with milk, oil and wine flowing out of them. I've got a message that Hugh Johnson can't come. But it doesn't mean we won't see him. We'll visit him in England. Wow, great. He is a living legend, one of the first who said that Georgia is the birthplace of vine and wine. Hugh Johnson and Stephen Spurrier are the fathers of wine writing. Their opinions are of the highest importance for the wine world. I want you to meet them without me.
Oh, well, it was totally fascinating. I've been researching the history of wine, and everything pointed to Georgia as being the inventor of wine, or the first place where it was made. So I had to go and film the vintage. You're lucky in Georgia to have a great variety that really means something internationally, or at least it can mean something internationally, because Saperavi is a really very, very good grape. And I've had old examples which were really remarkable. It has a long history, everybody knows.
The reason for my first trip to Georgia, well, my only trip, I haven't been back, was I was one of the people behind Vinopolis, which opened in 1999. And this was a huge wine tour museum, and our first room, the opening of the wine tour, was on Georgia, which was the birthplace of wine. And we had facsimiles of wonderful artifacts from your wine museum in Tbilisi, and we had the history of wine from Georgia. And so that was where, for us, the history of wine began. But we're the great importers of wine, and you're standing in Pickering Place, Berry Brothers and Rudd. This is a wine merchant. They've been going for 350 years. And so the English are always interested in importing wine from a foreign country.
These days here, you'll probably happen to be in the best wine store, and I would say in the world, in terms of selection, in terms of offering, collection itself. I believe we have an old bottle of Jura from 1776. Yeah, it's a crazy old bottle, but at the same time, we do have Chateau Yquem, which is the king of dessert wines, right? So we have a few bottles of the year of 1811, and they are still not just drinkable, they still show us at the best. If you are a collector, or if you want to experience the whole beauty of tasting throughout the vintages, to see the development, the changes, like how the year tastes different, will you be able to taste the differences? Because like sometimes that kind of difference reflect at the price. Here actually we have some of the Georgian wines, yes, and I'm sure you'll be probably telling me more about Georgian wines than I will tell you, because my experience is a bit limited, but from what I know, the quality of wines are growing tremendously. With the recent years, you're getting the good reviews, and I'm reading the good reviews on the wines, so we're glad to have Georgian wines in store.
France is ahead. I'm going to interview the greatest winemakers.
It's not a picture, it's as a painting. You can have a global view about the property. Yeah. And you can see that Bonnet de Cru is among classifiers as Rio-la-Rose, Bechevel, Ducru Beaucaillou, Saint-Pierre, and Neuville-Barton. 1982 Bonnet de Cru, following by 1970, following by 1966, following by 1961, by 1959, by 1947, and finishing by 1928. All the vintage is perfectly alive today, and it's definitely that I like to make every year a different wine, and all of them are babies, and we are looking for the best as possible, and no, it's a wonderful job.
When you speak France, you speak of food and wine. We have several towers. The oldest one is from the 15th century, and others are 17, and this one is 19, and this one was just built. We have also 65 hectares of wood, and another chateau the other side of the wood. It's what we call a drop of beauty in ocean of violence in the world, you know. The most ancient wines in the world were from Georgia. So you were the place where wine was born.
Chateau Margaux is one of the best wine in the world. And what is your philosophy?
It's less a matter of philosophy than a matter of terroir. And very early, this is 400-500 years ago, people have just spotted the place, probably experimented with a few varieties, and just checked that the Cabernet Sauvignon was just ideal, and that there was a magical combination with Cabernet Sauvignon. Georgia has a very long history in producing wines. We feel, honestly, Georgian people, not just because you make wine, but we are culturally very close to Europe.
Are you Orthodox?
Yes, since 1323. And you?
Yes, of course.
Oh, Greeks, of course. Yes, of course. Yes.
So I'm probably the only Orthodox in Bordeaux, by the way.
And you grow wine since much longer time in Georgia.
Donc, welcome to the Chateau d'Yquem. Yquem for me is a story of 10 years. Also the president of Chateau Cheval Blanc. And now Yquem is a fantastic brand. For me is on the top of the classification of 1855. I think Yquem, bon, for me is like when you have the touch of the Kashmir. I think is a Kashmir is a real definition of the great wine because it's elegance in time. I think is a fantastic aging wine. Georgia experience is very interesting. I think for me you have all different parts in the world, you have the best wine.
Thank you, but after you.
Today, throughout the world, nobody doubts that Georgia, the Caucasus, is the birthplace of vine and wine. Here we see the Fertile Crescent, where agriculture was born, as well as old wine cellars and grape pips, and so on, were totally discovered on this territory. The most ancient wine artifacts have been unearthed in Georgia. But there is one more thing of great importance. Georgia has been making wine for 8,000 years non-stop.
This time here, we actually found grape pits, domesticated grapes. Both these and the wheat, dated with radiocarbon methods to the 6th millennium. That's 8,000 years ago, which gives us our earliest evidence for the domestication of the grape and wine production.
This is one of the oldest dergi, wine vessel. Wow, it means that the first wine could have been made in this dergi? Chemical analysis has been done on the inside part of the vessel by an American scientist, Patrick McGovern, who identified the existence of potassium bitartrate in its pores.
We essentially would have a wine culture that starts, say, around
7,000 BC, very likely, and then continues for the next 9,000 years.
This is one of our main heroes, tsipsebi, grape seeds found on several spots of Gadachilili Gora, near the village of Shulaveri, representing a traditional variety between the wild and cultural varieties. Their age is about 7,000, 8,000 years. Imagine our ancestors living in the Shulaveri mountain, where domesticating wild vines, as well as wheat and barley. In Georgia, there are 525 varieties of grape. Our goal was to find in Georgia and abroad all the Georgian grape varieties and bring them together here in the nursery, where you are now. Today we have 437 indigenous Georgian varietals sourced from different parts of Georgia. In Georgia, we find 4 types of vines, while there are only 3 in the rest of the world. Rkatsiteli is unique one, and it does not have any analog throughout the world. And the other 3 are grouped in the following way: Pinot Noir, the Georgian analog is Chkhaveri, the next is Saperawi, with analogues of Cabernet, Cabernet Sauvignon, and Cabernet Franc. The third is Meshurim Tsuane, which includes Chardonnay and many other varieties. 90% of success is the right combination of soil, microclimate, and grape variety. And the remaining 10% is your responsibility not to mess up the natural development of wine that the earth has given to you. This is called terroir.
The wine styles are quite distinctively different. So we're seeing some clean, fresh, vibrant, international style wines, very sort of modern. And then these wines from Query, which are, I think, something that is very special, not for everyone, but a very interesting intellectual wine and unique in its place in the world.
So Saperavi really is right now known as Georgia's finest red grape variety. It's very distinctive. A lot of people who love wine are fond of talking about Cabernet Sauvignon because they think it's big and it's dark and it's rich. But when you look at Saperavi, one of the things that makes Saperavi so distinctive is that you can't make a white wine from Saperavi. The juice itself is pink.
And this wine has most definitely been produced in Query. There's something about this container that adds a uniqueness to the wine that gives it an earthiness, a complexity, a black truffle flavor. And Query are made of clay, and in some respects the way the wine feels in your mouth is reminiscent of clay. It's a very fine textured roughness in the mouth.
And I'm an American, so I do eat a lot of steak. And a Saperavi is just made for a rare red piece of meat. The last wine we're going to have is another Georgian classic, the Kinsmaruuli. Again, very dark because it's also from the Saperavi grape variety. The big distinction is that the wine is going to be semi-sweet. You can see how, first of all, you can't see me through it, so you have a sense of how deep and dark the wine really is. But it's bright, it's crisp, and actually it's a lot of fun because the sweetness and the tannin and the acidity all come together to give the wine a very fresh, zippy, juicy, fruity attack. And then before you know it, the tannins sort of grip you and give it and cut from the sugar to give a very crisp, clean finish.
Georgia is the only country where even today tremendous quarries, clay vessels, are built. I insist on the term built. Very few remaining masters use wet clay to build mystic egg-shaped vessels, day by day in summer. Each day, the master should put a new clay belt around it and then should cover it with a fitolaka leaf. You're holding it? Yes. Slowly, slowly. Let's put it here. 1,500 and more years ago, Georgians used the same method of winemaking as they do today. Nothing has changed. Careful. Don't be scared. Place it just like this. Archaeologists still discover quarry burials. Quarry with a capacity of approximately 500 to 600 liters or even more, of 1,000 liters, was cut in half, put in the ground and used as a sarcophagus. The winemaker who used the quarry to make wine for many years was buried in it after his death in the shape of an embryo. This is the evidence of the highest expression of winemaking culture, just how much a man could love wine, vine, quarry, everything that is related to this miracle. It appears that some silver was added to clay for making quarry, and these silver rings were used to decorate vines. It is also probable that the wine they produced was called silver-treated wine. We have many exhibits related to wine. This figurine dates back to antiquity, and we can see that the man is holding a khansi, a horn for wine drinking. It is discovered in the region of Vani, and it is 2,800 years old. We may consider him as one of the first ever tamadas, toast master. We can say that this is one of the first wine glasses. Look how beautiful it is. It is 8,000 years old. This is the forerunner of all modern wine glasses. Austria. The Riedel family has created wine glasses for the most significant wines throughout the world. In Georgia, 99 winemakers and sommeliers, together with George Riedel, are selecting the unique shape for the Saperavi wine glass. We ask our sommeliers to bring in the Saperavi wine glass. For us, Georgians, wine is a part of our culture, a part of our identity, and one of the main attributes of our nation. This is no such an element or segment of our culture which is not related to wine or vine in some way. The production of Georgian sparkling wine started about 200 years ago in Tbilisi, in the Bagrationi winery, where we are right now. We are now at the Sarajishvili's company's brandy spirits aging hall. Here we keep some very old Georgian spirits here. In this barrel, there is the brandy spirit distilled by David Sarajishvili himself in 1893. It is a really unique spirit by all its characteristics. Look how much the barrel and the oxygen have changed its color during 121 years of aging. The intensity of the color of the cognac and the aroma is amazingly rich, soft, and diverse. Rezo. This is Badagoni cellar. The barrels are made of American and French oak. Here is Cajeti Noble. They are the two wines made in Queri. Alla Verde Traditional and Red Saperawi, which were awarded the Decanter Grand Prix in London 2011.
Georgian wines are of course unique because this is the cradle of wine, that's where wine started. 2001 I was on one of my polar expeditions visiting the North Pole, and at that time I met a Georgian gentleman, and we were sitting at minus 30 degrees and he was talking about the warm and sunny Georgia. So he invited me to come down here. I came down and I met a lot of Georgian people, became friends with them, and that's how my contacts with Georgia started.
This is the village of Mukhrani, which used to be the property of the Bagrationi family and the origin of our great kings. I am happy to have the chance, together with my friends, to participate in the revival of this area. Here, we have all the essentials that any wine needs, and there are a lot of interesting stories to tell. Many famous people have come here, from Ilya Chauchawadze to John Steinbeck, Robert Capa in 1947, and many others. Before a man used to go into the wine press, he fasted for physical and spiritual cleansing. Religious chants were performed in the cellar while pressing the grapes, because liquid has memory and the wine was ennobled by chants. We have a story by Tamerlane's court historian who says that Tamerlane knew very well that Georgians could not live without wine. He invaded and pillaged Georgia 8 times. Wherever they went, they uprooted everything they found. They demolished churches and castles that later would be restored. But at the same time, there was an order to destroy orchards and vineyards, as these were perennial crops. Right after Tamerlane's invasion, new words were born in the Georgian language that meant former vineyard, former orchard, former town, former village. The quarry is hidden in the ground, almost though it was designed so the enemy could not find it during invasions. They did the same thing with vines. In other countries, vines are covered with earth to protect them against frost. Georgians did it to protect them from enemies. Wine was hidden exactly in the same way. One could enter Georgia, but could find neither vines nor quarry, neither grapes nor wine. This was done to save them from being destroyed. An amazing love story. The place of Prince Dadiani, the year of 1868. May. 20-year-old Salome Dadiani and 21-year-old Ashin Mougha have their wedding in Paris. Emperor Napoleon III is attending the ceremony. This marriage was acknowledged as the event of the year in France. The descendant of Marshal Joachim Murat, together with his spouse, moves to live in Dadiani Palace and continues his winemaking business there to produce his family wines. At a Prix winner, in Paris, Megruli Ojaleshi was the winner of the international competition Grand Prix. Prince Zakaria Georgiadze was one of the most educated people, a wonderful person. He did all his best to protect the dignity of Georgian wine. He was the first to fight against fraud. He always supported those Georgian patriots who tried to make Georgian wine famous. Hello? Can I come in? Come in, please. These photos reflect the pavilions arranged in 1888 in Brussels. And this gold medal was awarded to Zakaria Georgiadze and Company for its saperawi. In this room, we have the collection of portraits of Zakaria and the Bagrationis. These two families had a very strong connection because Zakaria's mother was Bagrationi. On this wall, you can see Nina Georgiadze, Alexandre, Zakaria, and Georgi Georgiadze. During the communist attack, Princess Nina stood at the shutter with a Winchester rifle in her hand to protect the house and managed to keep it. Here are the Bagrationis, King Erekle's branch. This is Leo Tolstoy together with Nina Georgiadze. Georgiadze's saperawi was produced in this cellar. Zakaria Georgiadze was one of the nobles who studied abroad and started to produce wine according to European methods in Georgia. Look, this is the Georgiadze family's church of St. Nicholas. Zakaria Georgiadze is buried in the nearby cemetery. Here lies a working man, Prince Zakaria Georgiadze. His family wines were also destroyed during the communist occupation in 1921. David Agmashenebeli, David the Builder, built Gelati Monastery and on the same spot established a theological academy where the education was based on the trivium and quadrium principles. There was a time when more than 1,000 monks lived, worked, served, and studied at Gelati Monastery. People also came here from abroad to study. From the 11th century, along with the other sciences, viticulture and winemaking had been taught here. For many centuries, only the peasants had produced wine in Georgia. After the conversion to Christianity, the monks also joined them to develop the wine growing and wine making techniques to a scientific level. Gelati and Ichalto academies at the time were considered the most important educational institutions. By the way, the oldest quarries were found here in Galati during the archaeological excavations. Take a look at the quarries. This is very old, traditional winemaking method has become a part of the UNESCO Intangible World Heritage List. The tradition of education in the field of viticulture and winemaking is huge because it is being studied in Georgia, in Ichalto and Gelati for more than 1,000 years, as well as the studies on the origins of vitis vinifera, on where and how was done the grapevine domestication. This may become an important instrument for the Georgian wine marketing, because one thing is to buy a generic wine produced somewhere, and another thing to purchase a wine right from the birthplace of vine, and in some cases even made it in the same way as in the past. From the very beginning, this combination may become a very strong winemaking tool. The Chauchawadzes, the great family of the Georgian wine history, their tragic love, poet Alexander Griboedov and Princess Nino Chauchawadze. Nino! Ketewa! Hey, ladies, where are you? We are here in the office. Come in. Is this the bottle of the wine that was awarded 11 gold medals? No. This one was awarded a golden medal in Chicago in 1898. Prince Alexander Chauchawadze, a poet, a writer. He created Tsinandali, one of the Georgia's present-day leading wines, which has been produced under this name since 1886. He was the biggest supplier of Georgian wines to the Russian Empire, to the court of his godmother, Catherine II. Miss. What's your name? Nino. Saint Nino was given a cross made of vine. She entered Georgia with the cross and won with the cross. The Lord says, I am the true vine and you are the branches. Here the Savior himself and his 12 apostles are depicted on this icon. Poor is the man without motherland, who does not have a vineyard, regardless of how much land he owns. The love of homeland is the reflection of the love of heaven. Native land is the vineyard of the Lord. Native land is the newly flourished vineyard. Our country, called Georgia, is the worker of the vineyard planted upon the earth. The one who sells land sells freedom, sets himself apart from heaven, and resembles the chopped off vine. Georgia is the Lord's vineyard, and St. George is its farmer. Shumi itself means real, ritual, undiluted wine. As for its vineyards, they are located in unique appellations: Mukuzani, Naperauli, Tsinandali, Akhasheni, Kinzmarauli, and in the Racha wine region, Huanchkara. Mr. John, you live in America. Why did you decide to come to Georgia and stay here? I was 15 years old when I purchased a record of the polyphonic Georgian songs. It settled in the depth of my heart so much that I always try to come to this country and to listen to a live performance of this music with my own ears. Without any sulfur added. The most unique thing for me about Georgia's long history is the fact that wine growing has never stopped, and that there has never been a single year without a harvest, despite the number of enemies invading and ravaging the country. If Georgia did not have such deep roots, we would not be able to feel such depth and philosophy in wine glass. This is the main thing. Cheers to those words. Cheers. Just like that. I am Malchas Ja'eli. About 12 years ago, I began planting my vineyard together with my brother. And now we produce the Ja'eli wine, famous Saperawi from Khashmi. I am Ramaz Nikoladze from Imereti. I have a vineyard and a cellar in the village of Nakhshirghele of the Terjola region. I am Iago Bitarishvili from Kartli. I have a vineyard and a small wine cellar in the region of Mtsketa. We are so-called naturalists and producers of query wine. Oh, hello. My name is Soliko Tsaishvili. Me and my friends, we produce wine in Kardanachi and Bakurtiche villages. It is very easy to fall in love with wine, and it attracts one so much that we cannot abandon it, whatever difficulties we may face. My vineyard is in the village of Manawi. I grow Rkasiteli Kahuri Mtswane. I also have Saperawi and about 30 other grape varieties. I love my place and the vineyard very much, because there is a very special power enforced in it. We are now at the wine cellar, which is still operating according to traditions of King Levan's times. Here the cellar exists since 1533, which has renewed in 1924. Everything you can see here in this modern wine factory originates from the technological connection of cuveri and wine press. And there is nothing here that cannot be explained by ancient wine press and query. States that in 1742, Kondoli was famous for its noble wine. This territory is surrounded on three sides by the Caucasus Mountains. The Alazani Valley is in the middle. The mountains and the climate, as well as the minerals brought down by numerous rivers, have created here the outstanding conditions to grow grapes and to produce wine. Even within several kilometers distance, the climate and the soil change significantly, and accordingly, wines are different. Not to mention that soils on both sides of the Alazani River are very different too. Mr. Jimmy, where does the name Ascanelli come from? The Ascanelli brothers, because we are three brothers. Here is our childhood photo, taken in the Parajanov's house. Which one is you? the smallest. When a guest enters here, it feels like as if my great-grandfather also learns about it. The wine consumer is healthy and right person. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Zurab. Where does this Chinese writing come from? As far as Chinese people are concerned, I would like to tell you that it was our friend who made this Chinese inscription. It says 1,760 liters, number 7, and since 2 years, every year, he has taken away from this quarry as well, and it has become a tradition.
China loves ancient. In Britain or in America, ancient is not quite as valuable. On the other hand, there is a very strong move, particularly in the USA, of young people who want to discover, right? They want to discover something new. Europe is a mixture of different things. What people want in France and Germany is not the same as Britain. So the challenge for the Georgian wine industry is to actually understand what it is going to offer to each of these markets.
Tbil Vino has existed since 1962. It has over 50 years of history. Yes, we are the oldest winemaking country, however, we are still unknown in many places and it will take some time. We, the Dakishvilis, are from the Bankisi Gorge. I am a third-generation winemaker. These vineyards were planted in the 30s of the previous century. We don't use any kind of enological products. The Kisi vineyard is already 70 years old and gives a very small crop, but very high in quality. We harvest only around 1 kilo of grapes from each vine and produce this wine from it. Mr. Shota, so you were younger than me when you left Georgia, am I right? Yes, I was 17 years old when I left Georgia to go to the USA because there was a chaotic situation in our country and America was the place where I could study wine, viticulture and winemaking. I wanted to do what I had learned well, what I had studied abroad from my homeland, for Georgia. A friend of my father, Jacques Faury, who lives in Georgia for 29 years, he suggested me to get an internship in wine production, specifically in Georgia. Wine strengthened the singing and chanting facilities. It helped open up the human inner world. We can consider that the material basis, the wisdom of Esau Sirax, takes its origin from earlier ancient times, centuries and millennia ago. The amazing chivalric feast begins. What does this chivalric feast mean? On one side, there are the bride's people. On the other side, the groom's people. The bride's people start. And the groom's people raise the tone. Then the bride's side again. And in this way, the voices gradually rise. And when the tone becomes higher, after the bride's people, the groom's people may not be able to make it higher. Then, the bride's representatives make their tone lower to give them a chance to try to express what they wanted to say, and thus, in accordance with each other, an amazing symphony of love, Chakrulo, is developed, and a marvelous ending, which is not really an ending, remains open like love, because love is endless. In 1974, NASA recorded the natural sounds of the Earth and world's finest musical masterpieces on a golden disc and sent it into the outer space. The brilliant sample of Georgian polyphony, Chakrulo, was among them. And here is my father's homeland, Lechkhumi. Isn't it nice? Grandpa Dadash, who are you? I'm Rezo Khetsuriani, Anton's great-grandson. Khetsuriani, take that stool and let's sit down there in the shade. Anton's great-grandson. You are in good shape, Grandpa Dadash. Who could tell that you're 92 years old? That's how it is here in the mountains, in Lechkhumi. The air is so good that a man can live even longer breathing it. I was expecting you. I prepared for you a chocha, man's suit in Georgia worn by your ancestors for 7 generations. It is on the balcony over there. I would like to give it to you. Wow, that's great. Your father was of your age when he came here. I am so happy that he has restored our Khetsuriani family winery. Are you also going to become a winemaker? We will see. First, I'm going to Europe to study. Oh, then you won't need this chocha there. Why not? I'll use it there very well, like a coat. Grandpa Dadash, unfortunately I have to leave. I came for a short visit. It'll be dark soon. Okay, grandson, go see the world. But then come back. Of course, I'll be back. Or if everybody leaves the country, it will become empty. I've heard it from my grandpa. In 1860, the great-grandpa Bakhwa went to Kutaisi. He became a great winemaker. What a wonderful winery, what a wonderful restaurant he had opened in Kutaisi before the cursed communists came. But what could you do? Such tough times were back then. Nor these people have seen easy times either. Thanks to these winemakers, the 8,000-year-old tradition has not been stopped, even during the Soviet times. Many honorable people have passed away. Maxime and Rezo Ramishvili, Georgi Beridze, Georgi Tushmalishvili, Tamas Gandelaki, and others. They have preserved Georgian wine appellations up to this day. Inandali, Mukuzani, Naparauli, Teliani, Manawi, Sviri, Kinzmarauli, Khwanchkara, and many others. With this film, I try to touch the world of wine, and my journey will never end. The world that apparently starts from Georgia, and that is already proven by international scientific research. The beginning of the great history, what apparently is related to this place, here is the 8,000-year-old history of Georgian wine. This article was published yesterday, and today the whole world's popular media, including National Geographic and many other agencies, speak about the fact that wine is 8,000 years old and that wine was born in Georgia 8,000 years ago. BBC. World's oldest wine discovered in 8,000-year-old clay jars in Georgia. The discovery of that scale has never occurred before in archaeological research. The Guardian. North American and West European archaeologists have finally proved that the cradle of wine is Georgia. New York Times. Wine was spread from Georgia around the world. Washington Post. The oldest wine in Georgia was discovered in 8,000-year-old vessels. New York Times. The 8,000-year-old wine was discovered in a prehistoric Georgia. Raise a toast to Georgia, to the country where wine was born. What helped us survive? Well, first of all, Orthodox Christianity. was the main thing. It became the national religion. Not all Georgian kings had the same intellect, education, and background, but we have never had a betrayer king. I can't remember where I know this from, but I've heard that when a country is in need, and if 20 honorable and patriotic men get together at a round table, they will save the country. I can gather 20 people, even more. But all of them are in the heavenly Georgia. And now, whom should I invite to take a seat? Very likely, wine is going to be served, and we will hear them singing Mravalġamieri. Anita, my dear, how are you? Where are you now? In New York? I've woken you up? When are you coming? I wanted to ask you. Let's sing Mravalġamieri together. Just a moment, just a moment. I'm gonna call Nino. Nino, where are you now? In Milan. When are you coming? I'm with Anita now. Come on, join us to sing Mravalġamieri together. Lado, where are you? In Berlin. When will all of you be able to get together? Please, come back. We are singing Mravalġamieri with Anita and Nino.
제츠남 알레sit 아마소 에츠웨빗 나 와다리 사카 트웰로 라마소 서와사칼 트웰로 사다리 서와사칼 아라리